June meeting of the Edgecombe County Commissioners to order. If there's anybody here that would like to speak that has not signed up, I would like to give you this opportunity to sign up for our budget public hearing and our public petition. Is there anybody here that has not signed in that would like to speak? If not, when we open the meeting, you will not be allowed to address the board. Anybody here? Hearing none, I'd like to call this meeting to order. Ms. Harris, would you please offer prayer?
Dear Heavenly Father, we ask you to forgive us of our sins tonight, Lord, and we ask you to bless all of those that are here, those who may be on the way or listening. Lord, we ask you to put us all on one accord that we might do what's best for all the citizens of Edgecombe County. This we ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Mr. Thorne, you hear us? Is he on?
I am here.
Okay.
Currently traveling.
Safety instructions, Mr. Evans?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to call on Ms. Natalie Best to give us our safety instructions tonight.
Good evening. To provide for the safety of those attending this meeting, please listen to the following instructions in case of an emergency. First, please take a moment to note where your exits are. If an emergency arises that prompts us to evacuate, please exit this room in a quick and orderly manner through one of the two doors to your right, and then proceed to the nearest stairwell, directions to which are indicated by the exit signs. Once you exit the building, we ask that you safely cross Granville Street, which is the street that runs beside our building, to our parking lot to be safely away from the building. Our staff will provide additional direction and assistance as needed. In the case of a tornado warning, please exit this room into the hallway, where we will all remain until it is safe to exit. In any event of an active shooter in the building, if there is an accessible escape path, please run and try to evacuate the premises. If you can't evacuate, please find a place to hide where you are less likely to be found and lock any doors that you can. And as a last resort, and only if your life is in imminent danger, please fight. Our staff will provide additional direction and assistance on what to do. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Bash. At this time, you have copies of our special meeting of May 16th and our May 4th regular board meeting. Are there any additions or corrections? If not, is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye. Aye. All opposed? Hearing none, those meetings are approved. At this time, we're scheduled to recess our Board of Commissioners meeting and reconvene as Board of Equalization and Review. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, ladies and gentlemen, we are now standing as the Board of Equalization and Review. Mr. Evans?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to invite to the podium Ms. Teresa Lewis, our tax administrator, who will walk us through the process tonight.
Please explain to the board what we're doing, to the public what we're doing now.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. So every year, values are assigned, tax values are assigned to all the properties, and folks have the opportunity to appeal. If there are some changes that need to be made, those can be made by our tax administrator, Ms. Lewis. The appellant, if they do not agree with her final assessment, they can ultimately appeal it to the Board of Equalization and Review. As we've mentioned before, some counties have a separate board that sits in this function. Many counties do as you do, and that is you sit as both the Board of Commissioners and the Board of Equalization and Review, which is why you have to recess as the Board of Commissioners and then convene as the Board of Equalization and Review.
Please, go right ahead, Ms. Lewis.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So tonight on the schedule, we originally had 2 appellants to appeal, but on Friday afternoon, we were able to get a withdrawal for one of those. So I'm only going to read for one for you guys to make a decision tonight.
Is that withdrawal because you got an agreement?
They could not argue with us anymore, so they were able to withdraw their appeal.
Okay,
So
go right ahead.
they requested not to be heard from you guys
Go ahead.
anymore. All right, so the person who's up here is a consent taxpayer, and what I mean by that is we have in writing that they agreed to the valuation that we're making a recommendation for. I'm just going to read the overview for you. The appellant is Devon Shire Housing North Carolina, LLC. The 2026 valuation that was sent to them was $1,834,417. Their opinion of value was $811,400. Our recommendation for tonight is $995,155. The property is located at 101 through 400 Devonshire Circle in Pine Tops, North Carolina. The appellate's basis for appeal is subject property is not appraised in accordance with 105-277-16. In North Carolina law, low-income housing, which has been allocated a federal tax credit under Section 42 of the code, is designated a special class of property under Article 5, Section 2 of the North Carolina Constitution, and must be appraised, assessed, and taxed in accordance with that section. The assessor must use the income approach as the method of the valuation of property classified under this section and must take rent restrictions that apply to that property into consideration in determining the income attributed to the property. The assessor may not consider income tax credits received under Section 42 of the code or under GS 105, 129, 42 in determining an income attributed to the property. Taxpayer provided required information to complete the income approach valuation. The backup to that data is attached in the packet. Staff spoke with the taxpayer representative and they accept the recommended value of $995,155. And just to let you guys know, the reason the value was increased, the taxpayer got a permit for some improvements at their location. The appraisers went out, they made adjustments for that improvement. At that point in time, when we do that, we don't know if it's adjusting their income or not. And so when we send the notice of value, they're able to provide the income for us to do that income approach that's required by law.
So what you're telling us is that the 1,000,008, we found out different.
Well, yes, sir, because of the law requiring us to do the income approach on it. Yes, sir. Because Section 42 is low-income housing, and so their rent is restricted to what that requirement is and not what the market value is. Where our assessed value is market, they're restricted rents. So we have to have a lower tax value because of their income limitations. So my recommendation to the board is to value that property for 2026 at $995,155.
Any questions from the board? Hearing none, is there a motion to accept the assessor's recommendation?
So moved.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, the recommendation is accepted. Moving on.
And as discussed earlier, the Trade Street Landlord LLC withdrew their appeal on Friday. And now I need to, or you guys need to adopt the resolution to accept the values for 2026.
Accept the value for Trade Street.
For all values
For
for
all
Edgecombe
value.
County.
Is there a motion? Second? Any questions of it? Any additional questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, it is approved.
That is all I have for you this year.
That's all, we done with that for this year?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for a job well done.
Thank you.
At this time, is there a motion to reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners? Questions? All in favor? Motion to adjourn? Thank you for that. All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, we are adjourned. Now, is a motion to reconvene as the Board of Commissioners?
Yes, sir, motion.
Second? Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're back to county commissioners. A lot of motions, okay? But the attorney tell me I have to do it. Okay. At this time, I'd like to call a public hearing in order to consider approving the fiscal year 2026-27 budget. The public hearing is called to order. Mr. Peters, would you please read the public notice?
Yes, sir. Public notice is hereby given that a public hearing will be held by Edgecombe County Board of Commissioners on Monday, June 1st, 2026, at 6 p.m. in the Jonathan Fulton Commissioners Room located on the second floor of the County Administration Building at 201 St. Andrew Street, Tarboro, North Carolina, 27886. For the purpose of receiving citizen comments and input on the proposed FY 2026-2027 budget. Copy of the proposed budget is posted on the county's website at www.edgecombecountync.gov and available for public review during business hours, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. in the county manager's office, room 402. All interested residents and citizens are invited to attend and make their views known. Those who wish to speak during the public hearing must sign in before the public hearing is called to order. The meeting will also be live streamed on the county's YouTube channel at youtube.com/@edgecombecountync/streams.
Mr. Evans?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. So at your budget work session, I faced you in presenting this budget, and now this is for the public to hear. So good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here tonight, and especially those of you who have interest in our FY '27 proposed budget. They're going to get me set up here so we can walk through these slides. You will be given the opportunity to comment. Once I'm done, Chairman Wiggins will invite you. Those who would like to speak can do so here.
Those who have signed up to speak.
Those who have signed up, yes, sir. Thank you for that. So again, for those of you who have not met me, my name is Eric Evans, and I have the honor of serving as the county manager here for Edgecombe County. I've been with the county now for almost 25 years, and this will be my 10th time presenting a budget. I've been manager for a little over 10 years, and I will say that it does not matter how many times you've done it, it does not get any easier. It's a difficult task. But certainly happy to be able to present this budget tonight. Because I'm subject to forget, I do want to thank all of our team, including all of our department heads that play a role in this. Thank you to our commissioners who've given us direction and share with us what their priorities are. We'll talk in just a moment about when the process started. Started way back in March. And so want to thank them for their direction and feedback. Also want to especially thank Ms. Linda Barfield, our Chief Financial Officer. She and I had to be connected at the hip for about 2 or 3 months in working on this, so we appreciate all that she's done and her team and everybody that is involved. So I want to just first to remind us all, and especially us as staff, what our vision for Edgecombe County is. This is the guiding light, if you will, for all of our decisions, short-term and long-term, is we want to try to strive to help Edgecombe continue to be what it is and help it to grow into all that it can be. Our vision for the county is that Edgecombe is a historic place, that values its citizens and natural resources and creates opportunities where people are proud to live, work, and play for generations to come. This is, we call it a two-sided vision statement. This is the side that faces inward towards us as this organization. And our organizational vision is that our county will value its employees so that it can be an organization committed to providing exceptional services to our citizens through an innovative, passionate, and creative team devoted to excellence, integrity, and transparency for the continued growth of our county and staff. If those of you who maybe remember seeing me presenting this last year, you've seen this slide before. I think this is an important slide for us to remember the reason that we exist as a unit of local government, in particular a county. We exist to provide services to you, our citizens. And so our budget is the fuel that we need to be able to operate as an organization and to provide these services. And so the task that we have in building this proposed budget is in order to enable us to continue to provide our required services and as much as possible to provide our desired services. And so you'll see we provide those services under a number of different categories. So as far as what I'll be presenting tonight, this will be an overview of a draft budget that has been presented to the Board of Commissioners already. They saw this at their budget work session. And this is the proposed budget. They certainly can make any changes that they wish to before they make final adoption of it. But tonight, I will review our budget goals, our drivers, and our trends. I'll also cover an overview of our FY27 proposed budget. I will share budget highlights and key budget considerations, and then you'll be given the opportunity to provide feedback, and I'll talk a little bit more about what the next steps are. So, as I mentioned, our budget process started some time back. It actually begins with our commissioners' annual retreat, which they held that back in March. That retreat, though it is not specifically to discuss preparation of this budget, they do discuss what their priorities are. We discuss what the challenges are for the county. We talk about successes, things that we've achieved, things that we need to work more on, and the board gives us some idea of what their priorities are, and we keep those priorities in front of us while we are crafting this budget. Then it goes into the part where we essentially roll up our sleeves and start building this budget. Each department is given the opportunity to draft the budget for their department. We have 19 departments, and each head of those departments, those department heads, 2 of those are elected officials, as you would know, the sheriff and the register of deeds. They are each given the opportunity to draft a budget for their own department. Ms. Barfield and I then meet with all of those department heads, and we review their budgets. We get a chance to ask them questions. They get a chance to explain to us why they need what they're requesting, and we have very good dialogue among and with the department heads. Then we have a budget committee. Some years ago, Chairman Wiggins assembled a budget committee comprising of 3 of our commissioners. And they met twice to get some early look at how our budget is shaping and to give us some feedback that will help us to continue crafting this budget. I do want to recognize the 3 who are on that committee, not just for them being on it, but for the hard work that they put in. The chairman of that committee is Mr. Donald Boswell, also Commissioner Evelyn Powell, and Commissioner Ralph Webb. I want to say thank you to those 3. We always think it's going to be a short meeting. It ends up being a long meeting, and we have a lot of difficult discussions, and we talk about some tough things in that, but their feedback helps us tremendously, and I want to thank them for that. And then, as I mentioned, we present the complete draft budget to the board. The initial look that the board gets, the full board of the full drafted budget, was at their work session on May the 19th. And then, of course, we're having our public hearing tonight. Not only do we do this because it is a statutory requirement here in the state of North Carolina, but it is also an opportunity. You may have remembered seeing in that our vision statement the word transparency. So this gives us an opportunity to show to you what we are considering for our next year's budget, to give you the opportunity to give us some feedback. And the board some years ago decided many boards of commissioners and town councils will adopt their budget when they hold the public hearing. Some years ago, I can't remember exactly when, our board decided not to adopt it on this night, the night of the public hearing, but to give you the opportunity to share some feedback with them, give them the opportunity to process that and determine whether or not they feel like they want to make changes before final adoption. So as it stands right now, we plan to meet on June 22nd, that's a Monday night, at 6 p.m. To have the final adoption of the budget. Now, that is tentative. We have to make sure that works for at least a quorum of our board, but we will publish a notice because that will be a special meeting. But right now, we're planning for that meeting to be on June 22nd. We have to have it adopted before the end of the fiscal year, which is June 30th. So, some budget drivers or budget goals for this coming fiscal year. So one of our goals for crafting this budget is to close the revenue and expenditure gap. My guess is that if you transported yourself to just about any county in this state and heard their county manager presenting their budget, they will probably talking about the same or very similar things, and that is how our expenditures are outpacing our revenues and things that we need to do to try to close that gap. We are, and I'll show you a graph in just a moment, that gap is already starting to close. It's just not closing fast enough. So you'll hear in just a few minutes about some of the measures that we're recommending to the board to help close that gap more quickly. We also, a goal in this budget is to minimize the impacts to services. You saw that slide just a few minutes ago where the reason that we exist is to provide services. So we try to balance in slowing down our expenditures, but also not so much that it will have some ultimate impact on the services we provide to you. Third is we're working on reversing our declining unassigned fund balance. I will talk more about that in just a moment. But our fiscal policy guidelines, this is an internal policy that the Board of Commissioners adopted back in 2016, says that our unassigned fund balance should be at least 15%. And if it drops below that 15%, then we are to adopt a plan to restore it to that target level within 24 months. Now, it's important for me to note that policy that the board adopted, it is what I would call a yellow light policy. In other words, it is a light that we want to flash to get us to slow down before it starts flashing red. Where we are now, we're not at the point where we can't make payroll, we can't pay our bills, we are physically sound, but that unassigned fund balance is decreasing faster than we want it to, so we've been using the phrase internally, pumping the brakes. So we need to slow down our spending so that we don't ultimately get into a red flashing light. And so I'll talk a little bit more about unassigned fund balance in a moment. And number 4 is minimizing the impact to county staff as best as possible. Our greatest asset as well as our greatest expense is our personnel. The implementation of our new compensation plan is not new now, but about 4 years ago it was new. The increase in our insurance costs and the use of strategies that we have employed to both recruit and retain staff has caused our expenses to grow, and therefore we need to slow those costs while preserving positions and benefits for our staff as much as possible. So budget drivers and cost trends. I know that that is a small type there for you to see from the distance where you're sitting. But just want to share some regional and national trends that we're experiencing, but other units of government are as well. We're not unique in the challenges that we face. Counties and municipalities across North Carolina are experiencing growing financial pressures as expenditures and personnel costs continue to rise faster than revenues. At the same time, local governments are working to meet the increasing service demands while also trying to avoid tax increases and to maintain long-term financial stability. Also, we're seeing trends of counties are facing federal policy changes that will shift additional administrative and financial burdens to local governments. Changes related to the SNAP program, or the Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program, most people know as food stamps, as well as Medicaid program. There are some new eligibility requirements coming down from federal legislation. Also administrative requirements. Currently, the federal government shares in the cost to administer those programs. Part of recent federal legislation, the percentage that the federal government will share in those costs right now is 50%. So for every food stamp application that we take, the cost to take and process those applications currently, the federal government reimburses the county 50% of that cost. Unless something changes, it is set to change this coming October. That's going to shift from 50% to 25%. So a full year of that would mean around $400,000. So that's a big shift to counties. That's something that we're not just us facing, but counties across the nation are facing that as well. Currently, there's no corresponding statewide funding solution that's been provided to offset those impacts. We're hoping that the North Carolina General Assembly will consider providing some support to counties for these additional costs that are coming our way, but we've not seen that yet. And third, inflation. I'm sure you all of us have been hearing that word a lot and dealing with that word a lot in our own households. It has impacted county governments much like it has for your households or businesses. Particularly for us, rising cost of fuel, utilities, equipment, construction supplies, and contracted services continue to place significant pressure on us and is causing our expenses to rise. This is just a graph, but it's really just telling you something that you already know, I'm sure. We know the far left side, that is overall inflation rate, or consumer price index is what it's measuring over a 12-month period. But if you look at some other categories like utilities, fuel, construction, and others, the inflation rate for those categories are much higher than the overall. So we are experiencing those as the costs for us to operate here, what we do with the county. Other budget drivers, there are, just as we have growing needs and growing financial pressures, some of our partnering agencies are seeing the same thing as well. We provide funding to the school system, the community college, and a number of nonprofit organizations. And the same things that we're dealing with, inflation, rising personnel costs, they are facing as well. And so and as much as they are able to, they look to us to help them, support them as best as we can. But of course, that puts additional pressure on us. Also, our county's future demands more strategic investment. Our day job, as I call it, is we all show up to work every day and we provide those services that you saw in that slide earlier. But also over the last few years, we've been thinking more and more about the future of this county and what things do we need to do, or what strategic investments do we need to make so that we can help to improve the future of our county. We have started a few initiatives, but those are not required initiatives. Those are discretionary programs, and therefore we're having to balance being able to make sure we provide our required services versus the future investments. We're seeing increasing workforce competition. We are competing for a lot of the same talent as counties and towns all around us, as well as private industry. And so that competition has not decreased at all. It has only grown. And finally, increase for our enterprise operations. Enterprise are those services that we provide that we are not required to provide. We provide those services based on fees or revenues that's generated within that. Our two enterprise operations are our water and sewer operations, as well as our solid waste. So the costs in those enterprise operations are growing as well. So here's just a sort of an overview, a 30,000-foot view of our budget. The proposed budget is of a tax rate of 89 cents per $100 in value. There's no change recommended compared to the current tax rate. 1 cent generates just under $455,000 based on the current valuation of properties. The total budget for this coming fiscal year as presented is $82,171,779. You'll see that that is a decrease from this current year's original budget. We appropriate fund balance. Fund balance is simply a reserve fund similar to what we might have at home in a savings account, where we build up a reserve in that account for emergencies that come up, things that are unexpected. Sometimes if revenues are running short of expenditures, just like we have to do at home, sometimes we have to dip into that reserve account to be able to balance our budget. And so we have appropriated $9.4 million of our unassigned fund balance to balance the budget. I will note that I know as long as I've been with the county, we've never spent the amount that we have budgeted, though we could. It's budgeted. Normally it's a lot less than what is budgeted, but I will note, in an effort to pump those budget brakes, we have decreased that fund balance appropriation from $10.6 million, so right at $1.2 million decrease from the current year's original fund balance appropriation. So just an overview of our revenues. You'll see from that graph there to the left, by far our largest source of revenue for a county is our ad valorem taxes. We just talked about that a moment ago with some of those tax appeals. But you can also see that some of the other larger sources are our sales tax revenue is right at 15.2%. So for ad valorem property tax or annual property tax, as I mentioned before, it's an 89 cents tax rate. We are estimating a 95% collection rate for the first year. We have 10 years to collect taxes that are due in a given year. And usually by the time we get to that end of that 10-year window, we're collecting pretty close to 100% of the taxes. But we're estimating 95% collection rate for the first year in real property and 100% for motor vehicles. We have budgeted revenues at $37.8 million. If we include in that budget what we anticipate to collect in back taxes and interest collected, it's a total of $39.2 million. This is an increase of $250,000 from the current year's original budget. So we are seeing a little bit of growth in our ad valorem tax revenue there. Sales tax have been running strong over the last several years, and we do have high confidence that the actual sales tax that we will collect this fiscal year will exceed the current budget. Current budget this year is $10.4 million over all of the sales tax articles. You may not realize, but when you pay sales tax, it is based on about 4 or 5 different articles, and that's based on the state statute that created it. However, we decided we wanted to be conservative with this coming fiscal year because of ongoing volatility and uncertainty in both the national and international economic conditions. And so we just don't know if that spending that's generating the growth in sales tax will continue. So we are proposing to budget the same amount for this coming year at $10.4 million. Now, I know when I put this slide in here that I can barely see it from here, so I know you can't see it from there. The purpose of me showing you this this spreadsheet is to just let you know of all the thought and the math that has to go into us estimating what our ad valorem tax revenues will be for the next year. Over on the left side is by the category. That second column is estimated value. We look at what the total value is of all the properties across the county. We look at what the potential revenue can be. We look at the 89-cent collection rate, and we estimate to collect at a 95% collection rate. What that could be, that next to the last column there, that those cells are highlighted in yellow, that is the FY27 budget draft proposal. And you'll see that final down there at the bottom right, budget change $250,000, as I mentioned before. We don't know, we won't be able to fill in that final column until the commissioners adopt a budget. Again, the purpose of me showing that is just to let you know that this is not just guessing in the dark of what our revenues are going to be. It's a lot of information that we have to analyze. In fact, at the budget work session, Ms. Barfield came up and showed this really complicated spreadsheet that she has that's looking at all of our revenues, and she compares it over the last 3 years and trends. So it's a lot of thought that goes into us determining what our recommended budget will be. So now we've talked some about revenues, or at least our main revenue lines. We want to shift to expenditures. You'll see the graph over on the left is expenditures by category. By far the largest category is public safety. That includes sheriff's office and all of his units, emergency services, emergency medical services, funds that we collect and send to our fire department. So that is the largest category by far. As an expense overview, our personnel costs are our largest budget drivers. As I mentioned, we are in the service industry and we provide those services with people. And so that is by far our biggest expense, are the 500 or so employees that we have working for the county. Personnel and benefits account for approximately 46.5% of the county's budget. Cost pressures continue to increase due to a 10% rise in health insurance cost. Our Health insurance costs have been growing over the last several years, as they are for everybody. Just the cost of getting anything medically related done is costing more. We are self-insured. That means our costs are driven by our claims. And so we've seen those costs grow over the last few years, and we're expecting a 10% increase in the cost. I will say that I know, in speaking to some of my counterparts in other counties, they are seeing even larger cost increase for their health insurance costs as well. The ongoing costs of implementing our compensation plan, as I mentioned a moment ago, some of our retention strategies that we've deployed over the last few years to try to recruit and retain good team members here. And they include things like hiring above the minimum salary grade for many of our positions. We also have something we call credential incentives. That's where if a team member has a certification that they can get that will improve their ability to do their job, but it gives them a verified and bona fide credential, they can receive an increase. That's a percentage, can range anywhere from 1% as much as 5%. And so that has been very helpful in many of our departments to be able to retain staff. And so, but as you would imagine, that is expensive for the county to do. Also, our retirement contribution rates have been increasing. The state of North Carolina sets the percentage that we have to pay into the state retirement system. You'll see here on this slide, just in FY24, it was 11.35%. And in this coming year, it is 15.1%. So all of those things together add up to increasing costs for personnel related. Transfers to other funds are increasing as well. That includes, we do what we call fund accounting. We have our main general fund, that's just Fund 10 here, but we have other funds like for our enterprise funds. We have a health fund where we put money in to pay for our health insurance claims and others, and all the costs in those individual funds, or most of those funds, have been growing as well. Other key budget points. Much of the budget growth is not tied to expanding services. Those growing costs that we've been seeing over the last 2 or 3 years is not because we're doing so much more than what we were doing before. We do have a few relatively new programs that we've started a few years ago to invest in the future of the county, but for the most part, we have not expanded services, but we've just been trying to maintain the current service levels in a higher cost environment. And this is also not a one-time budget challenge. This is a reoccurring expenditure growth that's been outpacing our revenue growth. And also, our fund balance reserve can help absorb short-term pressures, but relying on it for recurring operational costs is not sustainable, which is why you're going to hear in just a minute some of the decisions that we are recommending in this coming budget. A few other budget notes. As I mentioned, that the cost of our health insurance for our employees has been increasing. We also have to provide some level of health care for inmates that are housed in the detention center that Sheriff Atkinson runs, and he and his team do a wonderful job. And based on the number of inmates that we house, the health condition of those inmates, how long they stay in the facility, we've been seeing our insurance costs for those inmates to grow as well. Just in FY25, it was a little over $800,000, and now we anticipate that to exceed $1 million this year. So again, just a number of different categories where we're seeing growing costs. I will note that we have received no requests for a fire tax increase. For those of you who live outside of any of the towns here in the county, our rural volunteer fire departments have a fire tax. If they wish to increase that rate, they make that request to the board, and the board attends that as a part of the budget process. And so we've not received any requests from any of our fire departments. I will note, some of you may hear us talk from time to time when we are trying to encourage an employer to either locate here or expand here. Sometimes we talk about incentives incentives to encourage them to either locate or to expand or to keep their business here. 10 years ago now, the board approved an incentive agreement with LS Cable that's here in Tarboro, as well as Sara Lee. They were both doing expansions, pretty significant expansions at that time. It was for a 10-year period where they were getting 50% of the taxes that they paid. After they paid it, a cash incentive was returned to them equivalent to 50% of the taxes that they paid. Both of those incentive agreements are expiring this year. This is the final year in that, and so we won't have that. Now, LS Cable did announce recently another expansion, about $50 million. This time they did not request any incentives. Capital improvements, that is usually a significant part of our budget because, as you would imagine, the buildings that we are responsible for, vehicles that we need to provide the services and all kinds of things, those are capital improvements. And so the total request from all of our departments was just under $3.6 million. You can see it broken down by category between equipment, vehicles, and building and grounds. We, of course, would love to be able to do all of those things in this coming year, but we're not able to do that. And so what is recommended to the board to include in the capital improvements funded program this coming year is a little over $1.9 million. Now, of that, we are recommending the board to consider financing a good part of that. And I'll show you in the next slide the items that we're recommending to the board to finance. Debt for a county is not unusual. This is a tool that counties and towns use often. I believe we can safely say that we use it strategically and wisely. Sometimes if we don't have the cash flow to pay for things up front, these larger ticket items, then we're able to finance those over a period of time, and we're able to easily accommodate the debt service in our cash flow. So of the 1.9 million, we do recommend 103,000 of that to be taken care of in this current year, paying for it directly, and those are smaller items. When we say other funding, in this case, that is for a piece of equipment in our water and sewer department, and that is to be paid for from the reserves in the water and sewer department, and the balance of that, a little over $1.8 million, is recommended to be financed. Now, we'll note that, this is the list of items that we're recommending to be financed. And you can see it runs from some vehicles, including 5 vehicles in the sheriff's office, some vehicles in some other departments, ambulance in emergency services, some HVAC replacement, and a number of other things totaling 1.846 million. They're scattered. You'll see the bulk of those are in the maintenance department, because our maintenance department, they are responsible for our facilities, and we have over 20 facilities that we are responsible for. I will note that the board's ultimate decision as to whether or not to borrow this money will be separate and apart from them approving the budget. We will be bringing back to them soon terms for the financing that they will have a chance to review and decide then at that time if they do in fact want to take out a loan for those items. Enterprise funds, as I mentioned before, those are the services that we provide. These account for activities that charge users for the goods or services that we provide. In our case, it is solid waste and water and sewer. In solid waste, the cost of our solid waste operations continues to exceed our revenues. The contract for transport and disposal of municipal solid waste, or MSW, is increasing by $2.63 per ton. We do have a construction and demolition landfill that the county owns and operates, but our municipal solid waste or household trash, that has to go to a regional landfill that we don't own, and we have to pay both a tipping fee as well as a cost to transport it there. And our contractor for that is increasing that per ton. So we are proposing increase in our tipping fees for this coming year. In water and sewer, all the revenues do continue to cover our expenditures in water and sewer. We'll note that we manage a distribution system, so we don't have a water or sewer treatment plant. We purchase water both from the city of Rocky Mount and the town of Tarboro. Rocky Mount has informed us that they are increasing their rates by 15% and Tarboro by 5%. And so generally, we're somewhere around the 7% range because we don't purchase, we purchase the bulk of it from Rocky Mount, but not all of it. But we are also recommending fee increases in water and sewer as well. Outside agencies, you've heard me mention that before. We fund a number of what we call outside agencies that include school system, community college, and a number of nonprofits. The total requested of all of those outside agencies is a little over $20 million. We are recommending, of all the funding we're recommending, it totals $15.6 million. This is a overall decrease from the current year of $336,000.38. This includes pausing some of those programs I talked about earlier, those investments that we've been making in the future of the county. We have what we call discretionary funding, getting off the list discretionary funding, or GOTL. That was a block of $200,000. For the last 2 years, we have taken proposals from organizations who are doing work in one of our 4 focus areas. They could receive up to $25,000 from the county to help them to do or expand the work. We've been doing that for the last 2 years. Our recommendation in this budget, in order to, again, pump those budget brakes, is to pause that program in this coming fiscal year. We want to be purposeful in saying pausing it, because I think as soon as we're able to, we want to be able to reactivate that. We're also, in this proposed budget, pausing what we call our Edgecombe Works program. It totals about $180,000. That includes the Edgecombe Works Promise program. That's a scholarship program that the community college manages for us. Has been a very popular program. Also some training programs and some youth summer camp programs through the community college. They do a great job. You may have seen some of those recently advertised. They're rolling those out with this year's funding for this summer. We're recommending to pause those programs in this coming fiscal year. I do recommend that we review these funding allocations for these much needed programs no later than mid-year of the new fiscal year. This here is a list. Again, I know you can't see that here, but this is a list of all of our outside agencies. A couple of things I do want to point out. As I mentioned before, we are holding everyone flat, that is at the same level that they received this year, except for those that received discretionary funding like I just mentioned. The only differences are some of these we are required by state statute or some type of interagency agreement that we might share costs with others, or we're required to provide a certain amount of funding based on a formula. Otherwise, you'll see that the recommendation is to provide the same level of funding for all of the organizations. You may notice a pretty sizable increase to Edgecombe County Schools. You will see that same amount decrease from Nash County Schools. I'm sure all of you know that we have been going through the implementation of our county line merger, where those students that live in Edgecombe County but have been transitioned over, live in Edgecombe but used to go to Nash County Schools, have been transitioned over to Edgecombe County Schools. Those that were in high school already were allowed the opportunity to finish where they started. So this coming year will be the final year that we will have Edgecombe students in Nash County Schools. There will be 12th graders for the most part. And so there will be less than 100 students we anticipate remaining in Nash County Schools. So you'll see a shift of $445,000 from Nash County Schools to Edgecombe County Schools. I also do want to point out, and I guess give her a pre-introduction. Miss Sue Howard is here tonight from Edgecombe Library, who's going to come and share on her request and make an appeal to the board about her request. You'll see that on the list as well. So I mentioned before that the county has an internal policy. It is not a requirement of the state. It is an internal policy that we want to hold our unassigned fund balance to at least 15%, that reserve, that savings account. It is, we call it unassigned, which means that it is not already designated for something specifically. So it's not promised or set aside for a particular thing. It is not assigned or unassigned. Now, the state of North Carolina, if that unassigned fund balance gets to a point that it is 8% or below of what your total budget is for the year, they'll send us a letter and say, hey, you're getting too low, you need to do something about it. The Board of Commissioners decided a few years ago, we want to put something in place where we don't want to even get close to being that low. So they said that our minimum was going to be 15%, self-imposed. So that is that flashing yellow light that says if you get below that, we got to make some changes. Because we don't want to let it get too far along where tough changes become really very difficult changes. So this is just an excerpt from that policy that talks about what we have to do. We have to put this plan in place. And so part of these things, these difficult decisions we're making with this budget is to help us to move that unassigned fund balance line back towards 15%. This graph right here, and I want to give credit for Ms. Barfield, she prepared this. We shared this originally with the board in their retreat back in March. This is total fund balance. This is not just unassigned. This is the total fund balance. Now, some of the money in that savings account, in that reserve, is specified for something specific, okay? So this is those money that's specified for something plus the unassigned. So this is total fund balance. You see that there for a couple of year period, it did go up a lot, but we know part of that was that we received a surge of federal funding through the ARPA program. We were happy to receive those. I think we did a good job of how we deployed those funds, but it's sort of like after those monies have passed through our system, we're sort of coming back to reality. Not to mention all of those things we've been doing. We overhauled our compensation plan. We elevated all of our salaries up into a new compensation plan. We have been trying to implement that in phases over time. So all of that has been drawing down our fund balance. You'll see here that gap that I was talking about, for the most part, the top line, which is reddish orange, that is our expenditures, and the blue line below that is our revenue. So you see at one point for a while our revenues were above expenditures. After those ARPA funds passed through the system and some of these additional costs that have been building for a few years have hit our budget, you'll see that there was a pretty wide gap between our expenditures and our revenues. But one positive thing, if you look to the far right of that graph, you'll see that gap is closing. So that's good. That means we've been working hard to be as prudent as we possibly can. But the thing is that gap has not been closing fast enough. So we need to speed that up some. So some of the things that we're doing to restore our fund balance to that self-imposed 15% limit, as I mentioned, is we've trimmed the budget, but we've tried very hard to maintain current operations. We're adding no new positions for this coming fiscal year. We are delaying a cost of living increase for our staff. That's very difficult for us. As you would imagine, all of our staff are facing inflation just as all of you are. And so we have no choice at this point but to delay that. We are saying delay because we hope that that gap will continue to close and the revenues will continue to grow, that we can revisit that maybe even before the end of this coming fiscal year. As I already mentioned, we are holding our outside agencies flat except where we are statutorily or contractually required to provide some level of funding. We are also going to restrict essential travel and training. I'll be presenting guidelines for that to the board at their June 22nd meeting. Our staff, many of our staff will attend training and travel, classes, conferences, and they all are very helpful to us to improve in how we provide our services. But not all of those are required for our staff to attend, good for them to attend, but not all required. So one of the ways we're going to help close that gap a little bit is to restrict essential travel, at least for this coming fiscal year, is the recommendation. As I've already said, we're recommending to pause our getting off the list discretionary funding that total $200,000 in our Edgecombe Works programs, $180,000, and then the final one is our recreational mini grant program. That's a program we started a few years ago. We provide seed grants to organizations that provide recreational opportunities for our citizens. It's been very great program, exciting program, but we're going to recommending that we pause that this coming year. That's a total of $50,000. Also, finally, you heard me talk about credential incentives, where staff can get those credentials, certifications, and they can get some pay increases for that. Also, educational incentives, where if a person goes back and gets an advanced degree, they can get a one-time bonus. The recommendation in this budget is to pause those two programs in this coming year. Now, here are some alternative strategies, but I want to stress they are not included in this proposed budget. Okay? I'm on Facebook. I'm on it every day. Some of y'all on Facebook. If you're going to post something, that's good. That helps us be transparent, but I just want to make sure that we're accurate. And I want to specifically point out these are alternative strategies that we have discussed. We put them on the table, but at this point, we are not deploying these strategies. It may come to a point that we have to, but at this point, we are not.
You're not recommending them?
And I'm not recommending them, that's right. I'm not recommending them at this point. And so they include making additional budget cuts. I think that would be very difficult for us to cut it any more than we already have without getting pretty close to the bone, without getting to the point where it will have, some impact on services. Cutting vacant positions. I mentioned we're not adding any new position, but just like any organization, private or local government or nonprofit, you always have vacant positions. At this point, we're leaving those positions vacant. We're, allowing our departments to fill those positions as they're able to. But a strategy that some counties have to use, we're not at this point, is cutting those vacant positions. Also, we've been trying to resist this for a long time, and I will tell you, we are one of fewer and fewer counties that are not doing this next one, and that is pushing some of our health care costs increase to our staff. And we're going to continue to try not to do that, especially if we're not going to do a cost of living increase. I know I give credit to our budget committee. They were pretty adamant about that. So if we just can't afford to do a cost of living, and by the way, I should have mentioned a cost of living increase would cost us about $750,000. 2% is about $750,000. So it's pretty expensive, and that's an ongoing cost. We'd love to be able to do that. So I can't say that we won't ever do that in the future. More and more counties and towns are pushing those costs. For some of you who might be on a state insurance program, you've seen some of those costs come to you right now, just in case you're not aware. For an Edgecombe County employee, we are to pay $50 per month on our insurance. As long as we participate in an annual health screening that we provide as the county, that $50 per month is waived. So as long as this employee participates, there's no cost of the health insurance premium. There is for the dependents, but not for the employee. We're going to try to keep it to that as long as we possibly can. We've talked about the possibility of cutting some of our wellness programs. We do a weight incentive program. We do a weight management program, a chronic disease management program that are all very popular. And in the scheme of things are not terribly expensive for the county, but these are things we hope will help to improve the overall health of our staff. And at this point, we are not cutting those. And the final thing is that this budget, as I've already mentioned, does not include a tax increase. You know, would have been very nice for us to be able to do a cost of living. As we saw it, there's no way we could do that without doing a tax increase. And to you, our citizens, I will say, our board is very adamant about that, and I understand. I'm not just a county manager, I'm a resident here too, so I pay those taxes as well. I pay them here and I pay them to the town of Tarboro. And so we're trying to avoid a tax increase as much as possible. What I do, I just want to reiterate this, what I do recommend revisiting in the new fiscal year, I do, and it's really more to the board and to our citizens, I do recommend that we revisit possibly being able to do some level of cost of living increase. I encourage us to revisit funding for education, including both public school system as well as community college. I would also encourage that we revisit when we feel like that we can these future investments that I talked about, and that is getting off the list discretionary funding in our Edgecombe Works programs. Now, this is a heavy budget. You know, it's a very difficult budget for us to work on, but I want to end with this. The good news is we have a great staff. I get the opportunity and the privilege to work with some of the best people you could ever work with. It is my privilege to even try to lead them, but even just to get to know them and to watch them do their jobs and for them to do it so well. And I've said this in meetings before, I think if you had the opportunity to meet all of our staff, you would feel the same way that I do. We have the best county staff here in Edgecombe, and I'm so proud of them. And they're getting better all the time. They're always working to see how they can do better, work harder, improve the services that we provide. And that's why it's hurtful to us to, at this point at least, not to be able to do something additional for our staff. Other thing, good news I want to point out is that there are signs of growth that are all around us. First of all, as I mentioned, you saw that graph. That gap is already starting to close. We just need it to close faster, but it is starting to close. But we're seeing growth, signs of growth all around us. Y'all have heard some of the announcements. ABB in Pine Tops is doing an expansion of about $30 million. LS Cable, $50 million. Amazon is around $5 million. They're up and operational. Some of you may have been getting some packages from that facility. Valencia Piping in South Rocky Mount, $7 million in investment. Prudential Steel and Alloys here in Tarboro, just in front of the Amazon facility. They're continuing to work on that, and it's about $9 million of investment. Also, somewhere between zoning approval all the way to new construction over the last 2 years, we've seen over 600 new housing units, both single-family units as well as multifamily and rental units being developed here in the county. So that's a good sign as far as growth for the county. So it's a tough budget, but I think there's good news and there are signs of growth all around. So that is the end of my presentation, and now I'll turn it back over to Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Evans, for that excellent presentation. And at this time, we're going to allow for public comments. Madam Clerk, when you come forward, please state your name and address for the public record. Madam Clerk, will you please call from the list?
Sue Howard. Somewhere around here is something to move slides, I think. Yeah, this here. Mouse is great if it works. In the meantime, I am Sue Howard, Director of Edgecombe County Memorial Library. And I would like to thank all of you for this opportunity to give you an overview of where the library stands today. And as soon as there we go. How do I flip it? folder. Okay, so how do I go forward? Okay, that's all I do. Hoping I won't need to go back. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. So, first I would like to start with a little bit of history. The first public library in Edgecombe County was established in 1920, and it was housed in the First National Bank in Tarboro as a subscription service at a rate of $2.50 a year. A few years later, the town of Tarboro offered their support with the stipulation that all of Edgecombe County residents would be able to use the library free of charge. After the library began sending books to Crisp, Pinetop, Speed, and Leggett in 1932, the county began providing support to the library as well. There were various locations over the years, including the community house. After World War II, the Rotary Club and others sponsored the building of a library as a memorial for Edgecombe County World War II veterans. The town and the county contributed funds. In 1953, ECML was officially created by an act of the North Carolina legislature with a governing board of 6 individuals, 3 from the town and 3 from the county. The town and the county also have joint ownership of the building and each have a right to make appropriations and to levy taxes on behalf of the library. The building was completed in 1954 and expanded in 1984. In the early 1980s, a branch library was opened in Pinetops. The Pinetops branch library was moved to its current location in 2003. Although we do get some funding from the state, from the town of Pinetops, and from fees, grants, and contributions, the bulk of our funding still comes from the county and the town of Tarboro. I came to the meeting on May 19th, and I understand your struggles to balance the budget and maintain a fund balance. We appreciate the county's contributions to our building renovation projects. We now have a lovely, inviting building which is properly climate controlled. Unfortunately, neither the funds provided for renovation nor the grant funds we have received from elsewhere can be used for operating costs. Our recurring funding from the town and the county has increased a total of less than 5% since prior to 2010. Over that time, we have managed to pay our staff, maintain the building, and provide our patrons with the materials they want and the services they need. We have not, however, replaced staff when they've left, which has raised workloads. Our programming has increased to the maximum level sustainable with our current staff levels. We have not had regular costs of living or other raises, and our employees are not paid as much as county employees with comparable job duties. We rank 79th out of the 84 North Carolina library systems in both local funding and employee compensation. This past year, we have had to reduce the quality of the insurance we provide our full-time employees. We have canceled several periodicals, reduced book purchases, and we did not renew our license to show movies. Nevertheless, we are still committed to providing the highest quality service possible, and we are committed to getting Edgecombe County off the lists. We partner with other institutions and seek grants to provide the programs and services we otherwise would not be able to afford, and we use the funds we receive annually from the Furman Mathewson Trust to provide Edgecombe County residents with opportunities for cultural enrichment which they would not otherwise have, such as the ballet, Tarboro Choral Society performances, and the upcoming Come on. What's the matter? Thank you. and the upcoming America 250 Patriotic Pops on the Common Symphony performance, which will be June 9th. You can see we have developed partnerships with many other local entities in order to leverage Thank you. Okay, that'll be easier. Thank you so much. in order to leverage our funds and maximize our efficacy. And that's a list of our current partnerships. Or a number of them, not all of them. All of these partnerships help us to provide educational, workforce development, and health and recreational support to residents of Edgecombe County. It's not working. Okay, so I need it to, thank you. For example, a grant from the Cannon Foundation paid for pillar booths, 2 in Tarboro and 1 in Pine Tops, to be used for interviews, computer proctored testing, telehealth, etc. The booths, which are available by reservation, are proving to be extremely popular. You can also see, and if you go to the next one, please, then. You can also see we have increased our adult programming and adult program attendance significantly, from under 50 over the past several years to over 200 in this past year. And the next one is adult program attendance. We've gone from under 500 a year to almost 3,000 adult participants in our programs. Some of our programs and services for adults also include 14 public computers in Tarboro, 5 in Pine Tops, assistance with job searches and resumes, one-on-one computer training, and then next, digital skill classes, hosting lunch and learns for the Small Business Center, which is the college. We are the, not, well, we are the only passport acceptance agency in the county. We are the only voting place in Pine Tops, and we also host early voting there. We have mental health and well-being presentations. We have healthy eating classes. We have exercise classes, and that's where we are now. Currently yoga, step, and lift, which the first 3 quarters of this fiscal year, we had 694 participants. We have a seed library. We have book clubs and an ongoing book sale. And we give assistance with genealogical and historical matters concerning Edgecombe County. We have materials in our local history room, which are one of a kind, and people come from all over the world, actually, to avail themselves of some of our materials there. Our outreach services include materials drop-off and pickup for both homebound patrons and those living in assisted living and nursing facilities, and programming for those in assisted living and nursing facilities and for senior centers. And the next one, yeah. Our outreach coordinator delivers books to over 30 individuals semi-monthly and provides programming for approximately 290 people a month. One more. Although adult services are important, children's services are where getting off the list really begins. If you can cultivate a love of books and learning in a small child, you will have a reader for life. Libraries make books an adventure, fun, by combining enjoyable activities with learning. We are currently changing gears from the school year schedule to summer reading, with the summer reading kickoff scheduled for June 6th. During the school year, we had Kaleidoscope playgroups in Tarboro, the next one. Weekly visits from multiple classes from Marne Millennium Academy and Carver Elementary to their local libraries, story times for preschoolers, learning experiences for Edgecombe County homeschoolers and Macropine, children's yoga classes at both locations, STEAM Fridays in Tarboro, and weekly kids clubs. Go ahead and flip, please. Thank you. Weekly Kids Club with a rotating theme, drama, Pokemon, art, and cultural appreciation. And again, please. Our one-person children's department served 100 to 150 kids weekly during the school year, and she supplemented that with special programs such as the Pilot Club's Brainminders Puppet Show, and next one, please, the Bright Star Theater African Folk Tales, which we held out at the college because there were over 600 attendees. From the schools sent their kids over there. So last summer we had 361 registered participants in the summer reading program, with 46 programs which were attended by 1,226 people, and 5,172 children's books were checked out. The children's coordinator, this is a one-person department, the children's coordinator also maintains 2 literacy trails, one at the Indian Lake Sports Complex in Tarboro, and one that the library purchased with a LISTA grant, and the town of Pine Tops graciously installed around the walking trail at the ball field in Pine Tops. In spite of these accomplishments, I am concerned about our future. We currently have staff of 8 full-time and 6 part-time people covering both locations, providing all these programs and services while keeping Tarboro open 61 hours a week and Pine Tops Branch Library open 49 hours a week. We served 22,333 more people in 2025 than we did in 2020. This is a situation we cannot readily maintain without additional help. The library is a place where all are welcome, all can come to learn, to participate in meetings and classes, to build community, to instill curiosity and imagination in our youth. The library can do a lot with a little, but we need additional help in order to continue providing all of the programs and services Edgecombe County residents look for and appreciate at their library. Thank you so much for hearing me. Do you have any questions?
Any questions from Ms. Howard?
Can you tell me, when is the peak time for the library?
The peak time of day? Well, right now with a lot of the programs that we have in the evening, at 6 to 7:30 or so, I mean, a lot of our programs run then. We usually have a little bit of a rush right after we open, right around lunchtime, and sometimes right after school ends. So, I mean, there's usually fairly steady. There's some lulls every once in a while, but it's usually.
I was wondering, is that how you schedule your employees, using that kind of data?
Well, I mean, we have 2 people in Tarboro. In Pine Tops, we have 1 full-time person, our branch manager, who is actually here this evening, Quentin Sutton, and 2 part-time people. And they manage to keep that place open the 49 hours a week. So most of the time, they have 2 people there, but if anything happens, then they're down to 1 at any given time. So that's a no-brainer. In Tarboro, we only have 2.5 people basically on Saturdays staffing the library, I mean 2 people that are there all day and 1 person that's there half the day, and then on the rest of the week we stagger it. We have 2 people, 2 or 2.5, depending, a minimum of 2 people down there in the evening, and then the rest of the day the regular business of the library gets taken care of, because you have to have the cataloger and the and everything else there. So but yeah, we just do the best we can, but we are cutting it close. So.
Any other questions or comments?
I didn't want to ask Mr. Evans. Evans, I was looking in the history, and if we talked about 1953, it gave right to appropriation and to levy taxes on behalf of the library. Has Edgecombe County ever done that?
No, ma'am, just our regular property tax.
There is a library tax. The way she stated, there appears to be a library tax that can be levied.
Yeah.
That's what you, is that what you're saying?
I said,
That's what I wanted to find
I have read the legislation and I can provide you with it, and it says that it's a possibility. It does not say that it was actually ever done.
Okay.
So it just shows the level of buy-in that the town and the county had when the legislation was passed. You know, they were very committed to
Sound like
to
a
this, and
a
they-
political
and I know
response
that
with
you
no
all
money.
Still are, and so, but I just,
Mr. Peters, would you research that for us?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Peters will advise us. Not saying that we will, but based on it, I read it the same way Ms. Harris did in terms of there was a separate tax other than we were levying that could be levied. Okay.
well, and I would be happy to send you all a copy
Miss-
of the legislation,
Well, send
because
it,
it's,
send it to Mr. Peters, and Mr. Peters will
yes, sir, I will be happy to.
do that.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay. Next.
Thank you, Taylor.
Good evening,
Good.
council. Good evening, officials and residents. I have questions if you'd like to answer them, but if not, you can just consider it a statement for me.
So you're here to ask questions? Go ahead.
Okay.
Whatever you want to do.
I noticed as we were going through the budget, we didn't talk a lot about Edgecombe County Public Schools. That is my concern. I'm sorry. I'm Montague Taylor. I am a resident of Edgecombe County, lifelong resident of Rocky Mount. I am a contractor for the U.S. Department of Education. I am on our Health and Human Services Board, and I am also part of the Edgecombe United Working Group. And one of our focuses is Edgecombe County Public Schools, how we can make the school system better, what we can do to possibly find more money for the school system, and to have some transparency with what's going on. The residents of Edgecombe County have had lots of concerns about the move to North Edgecombe for some of the high school students. I have concerns myself about how it was done. I found out kind of after the fact, and I thought I was pretty up to date on what was happening all the time. And now that I've heard that those students may be moving to Phillips School, and the students at Phillips possibly move into another school, while some other things are done at North Edgecombe, I wanted to ask you all, this commission, first of all, about transparency. And secondly, how this all came about, when is this supposed to take place? All I heard from our superintendent when I spoke with him was that at Phillips School, the only thing that was being done was some roof work. And I asked him a question about how are you prioritizing what needs to be done in the schools. There was a whole list. I said, how is Phillips School's roof being prioritized over all of these other things, boilers and other things that the schools need? And now it's kind of all coming together, if in fact they are planning to move students there at the beginning of the school year.
Well,
I would just like an explanation.
I think that's one of the questions that we don't know. And I think that some of your questions might be directed to the school board. I do know that in our last discussion, even if whatever the school board decides to do with Phillips, we want to maintain that building for some community purpose, okay? So in my position is the roof needs to be done, okay? Okay, to maintain that building, regardless of what the use of that building is for, because, you know, we've got other things that the county might can do with that building. So now in terms of the openness that you're talking about, we have some questions that the school board that the school board intends to answer as to how they proceed with the plan. Okay, to that they're going to build at North Edgecombe, and I think one of the questions that I think they're trying to determine is, maybe the proposed plan that they had was there sufficient grant and funding for that, or how they might have to cut back on what their proposal was. And to that answer, that is a school board answer. That is not something that they're elected over there. So in terms of, so I'm suggesting that in terms of if there's some questions that they're going to answer for us, and if we get the answers, we certainly will provide them to the public. But I don't guess, Mr. Evans, do you have an update in terms of what day it is over there?
Yeah, so I guess just for context for everybody, sort of capture what the original plan was. The school system and the county jointly applied for state lottery funds, and they've made millions of dollars available to school systems all across the state to either renovate existing buildings or build new facilities. And so the board's position has been, well, let me back up and say, the county, the Board of Commissioners, are required to provide a match to those funds. That match amount has changed some over the years. Currently for this grant is 5% that the county is required to put alongside the grant funds. The original project is $62 million of state lottery funds. The original project was to renovate existing buildings at North Edgecombe, build new buildings, and ultimately to consolidate the elementary school and the middle school there in North Edgecombe onto that one campus. That was the original plan. And so the grant funds were received. We approved and signed all the necessary partnership documents between the board and the school, Board of Commissioners and the school board. After the school system contracted with both an architect and a contractor, and have gone in and done an assessment of the existing facilities at North Edgecombe, they've determined that some of the facilities that they thought were repairable are not as much, and it's going to cost more to either repair or demolish and rebuild existing facilities on North Edgecombe campus. It was shared to us at our joint meeting that we had a couple of months ago that therefore we're having to take another look at the project. The goal is for it to now be phased. This initial first phase, because of the money available, will be just to do work on the North Edgecombe campus. We'll likely have to leave those other two schools open for the time being. But phase two will be then approaching the state for some additional funds to ultimately do the full project as planned. Now also know that in order to do the work on the North Edgecombe campus, some of that work they can work around students, some of it they cannot. So they're going to have to relocate those students temporarily while construction is underway. I know that they've explored options for that. I think the last that they discussed is moving those students to the middle school while construction is underway. I think they are finalizing those plans. I think we should wait and hear what those final plans are from the superintendent and his team, but that seems to be the direction that it's moving in. Let me also say, I guess, outside of these lottery funds, the county is required by state statute to provide capital funding for our school system. So if a building is going to be renovated, the county is to provide that. If a building is going to be built, the county is to provide that, unless some grant funds are secure. Also, earlier in my presentation, I talked about one of our largest revenue streams is sales tax. State law requires us to use a certain percentage of that sales tax for school capital. So in the proposed budget, you'll see that we have proposing $800,000 for Edgecombe County Schools capital outlay. That is for just projects. That's typically what we see: HVAC units, roof repairs, that kind of thing. That's not the total that we receive in that percentage for sales tax. Everything above that goes into a reserve. And as the school system has projects that they're ready to move forward with, they bring those back to the board for your review and ultimate approval. There's also some state lottery funds, separate pot from the pot that's being used to do the project on North Edgecombe, that can be used for school repair. So we have essentially 3 pots of money or so that the school system has access to. I don't want to speak for this board, but I know the board's position has been pretty much that the school system, they know their facilities better than we do. And so we rely on their judgment as to which projects will advance over others, which are the most needed. Now, certainly they do hear from you all and what you think priorities are. You do get a chance to review lottery fund applications before submitted. You have to approve those, as well as when they want to tap into that reserve fund, you review those as well. But for the most part, you've relied on the judgment of the school system to determine which capital projects are funded ahead of others.
That said, my next question would be, at no point did you all consider budgeting building a new school?
No.
And I was told at one of
This is the best I can, no.
at one of the meetings I went to, the Board of Education.
We wouldn't be doing this one if we weren't getting grant money,
Right.
Okay.
okay? We don't believe we got a funding source. Unless we could stand the sufficient tax increase to build it, and we're not considering that.
Understood. So is it accurate that once the Board of Education, once they make a decision to do something, it comes to you and you give the final approval?
I think we have to approve the grant. We do approve the final contracts.
Okay.
In terms of, we have to approve the portion that we have to do. It comes to us. And once the building, as best I can understand, if I explain this wrong, the building is built in our name. Is that correct? I mean, then we have to
If there's financing.
if there's financing, we have to title that back to the school system. But I think for some taxing purposes, I can't tell you what it is. For some taxing purposes, we build those schools and then we deed them to the school system. Am I correct?
Yes, sir. It would be, in this situation, conveyed to the county and then
Right.
conveyed back.
And that school would have to be conveyed to us for us to actually do the contracting. But now what comes to us is the recommendations in terms of what's that done from the school board, which is an elected body. And my position is that they're elected and they are our experts in terms of what is required of that. Now, we don't always, in terms of the capital improvement, I think, how much are they requesting? So we don't really fund what they're requesting in terms of to do those capital improvements is probably much lower than we usually fund, okay? And the staff used to bring us a recommendation in terms of what they think our budget can stand based on what they're recommending. They bring it to us for capital improvement on a specific building, okay? And I think part of that understanding, we're dealing with capital improvements on the schools that we inherited from the Nash County system in terms of capital improvements that we didn't foresee, okay? So there are just so many unknowns. And I'll be quite honest with you, we're dealing with capital improvements that I think this county has not funded for years, many years. And it's a catch up. And how do we catch up? I don't know, okay? And that's just as honest as I know how to be.
And I appreciate that. I think that's probably something we have to work on.
I do think that we have to work on it in terms of a public body and in how we, this public body, has funded our system. And I think we have a board that's doing that, Okay, I do think we have a board that's doing that. We have we have a school board that's doing that. My position is boards don't fund you nothing you don't ask for. And when you ask for it, you don't get all of that, okay? But if you don't ask for it, you don't get it. And I think they are beginning as a board to ask for things that I think sometimes in the past, that those requests didn't come to this board.
Well, we, as the public, are just asking for more transparency from you, asking the same thing of the board,
Well,
and to be allowed to give more input before these decisions are finalized.
well, I don't know. I don't know if we can do all you're asking
Okay.
as it relate to. I think we are as transparent as we can be with those things that we don't have to do in closed session. Now, I don't know if there is a specific that you can ask me that we have not disclosed. I will ask those questions, but as far as our board is concerned, okay, there are things that we do that you don't know about till we do it, because we can do that according to our closed session laws. But beyond that, I think we tell it, okay? We try to, and I'm not gonna say it, we try to. If there are specific areas that the public think we're not, please. I see a new public demand from our public, which is very good, which makes us do a better job, okay? So I say continue the advocacy, because if we don't get the advocacy, we get complacent. We think we're doing it right, and you don't, the questions need to be raised.
We'll be here.
And we look for you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, to her point about, and it was on a slide earlier, but I'll call out the numbers that the school system requested. Edgecombe County Schools, the current year, current expense, that's what we give for operational costs. It also includes the local supplement that teachers receive. This current year, the funding is $10,849,261. The school system requested $12,295,261, or just under $1.5 million increase. Based on everything that I shared before, as we talked about, we weren't able to fund that. Now, we are increasing their funding by $445,000. That is because we are transitioning current expense funding that was going to Nash County Schools, moving that over to Edgecombe Schools because of those, additional year of high school students transitioning from Nash to Edgecombe Schools. There is a little bit of funding left. There will be, as I mentioned, less than 100 students, around about 65, we estimate, high school kids that are Edgecombe residents left remaining in Nash County Schools. They will be mostly seniors. So there is in this budget recommendation $135,000 for Nash County Schools. When we executed the county line merger agreement, we stopped sending capital funding to Nash County Schools. That was part of the agreement. And now we just redirect those capital funds to.
But as a result of that, the schools that were on the Edgecombe side of Rocky Mount did not get capital funding, which means they deteriorated. Now they are our buildings now, okay? That we have to try to do the best that we can to put money into them. But I say to the public in terms of even some of the things that you saw in terms of what Mr. Evans said he was not recommending. I don't agree with none of those that he's not recommending. Those are the things that I think we should continue to do. I don't even believe that we should cut. I think it's what I would like the public to consider at least those the kind of things that we do for that we are not necessarily mandates. But once we begin to put those projects in place, they become services that I don't think we can take, some of them that we should take from the public, okay? So I'm speaking for myself, not necessarily the board, but I think that has been the position of our board. Any comments from the board?
I wanted Mr. Evans to, let the public know exactly how much it cost us per employee that we pay that insurance.
Oh, it's 14,000, over 14,000 a year for
That's-
health insurance.
That's per employee.
Per employee.
That's more than $1,000 a month. That's beyond that of salary, which is more than any other public unit, I believe, in the immediate area. So there's a, am I right? I saw somebody shaking their head. Okay, okay. And I think that's a major benefit that we give our employees. And it's something that, we've talked about other ways to do that in terms of raising the employee salary, giving them that. But when you take away the health insurance from an employee, it's something they might not buy for themselves. And to me, every person out here needs health insurance. While we might want the money, and we won't spend it that way, but every person we've got needs health insurance. And while I serve, that would be the position that I take.
And that's why I wanted you to bring it up, because, as hard as it is not to be able to give them any increase, if we would add on that $14,000 that they had to pay,
Yeah.
for some people, it would just be devastating. I mean, being able to work and your salary and then have to pay that on top of that. And so that's why we're fighting so hard to maintain their insurance, because believe it or not, for me, that's the most important thing when I look at my check. Even though I have to pay part of it as a state employee, if you had to pay all of that, with gas at $5 a gallon, it'd be very hard.
Any other comments?
Mr. Evans, can I take
Go
you
ahead.
back just one second?
Go right ahead.
So you said over our Edgecombe students that are seniors this year,
Yes.
that they're about how many
There will be seniors this coming year.
this coming year? And we've allocated, what, 135,000?
Approximately 65 we anticipate will remain in high school.
Okay. And this will complete that.
This coming year will be the final year, yes, sir.
Okay, just
Oh, that we'd have to, right.
Yes, sir. Good question.
Next.
Angela Bryant.
Good evening,
Good evening.
members of the board. My name is Angela Bryant, 717 West End Street, Rocky Mount, North Carolina. I'm here on behalf of the Community Coalition, Edgecombe United, that Monica Taylor just mentioned to you. We started together in the school demerger process in both counties, ended up with the last stage of that happened over here, and have stayed together because we've learned so much, and there's so many issues to be completed to accomplish our goals. So we want to thank you for making your budget materials available online, both you and the school board, and the informative budget message was really helpful. We wanted to ask you, and you received an email from us in this regard, to make the ECPS, the Edgecombe County Public School Enrollment Trends and Information, an important public part of your dialogue with them on this ongoing budget, in this ongoing budget process. In order to use your resources effectively, it's important to make sure that the facility resources are being used effectively for your enrollment. For the 24-25 school year, and this information came from DPI and from the and from the school board, they had an average daily membership of 6,100 students in the traditional public school. In charter schools, you all have 1,361 Edgecombe County students in charter schools. Now, by the laws related to the funding of charter schools, which are quite complicated, but the part I want to focus on here, Edgecombe County Public Schools transfers $1.8 million per year to the charter schools. Now, that's equivalent to 17% of your local current expense appropriation to them. I couldn't find the daily membership for 25-26 publicly available. But from the school system, they gave us information that as of March, you had 1,429 charter school students. So you can see the trend that number is increasing. That's a transfer of about $75,000 per month. is the estimate for that, and we won't know until the records close at the end of the fiscal year what that annual amount will be. The question is, there's a new proposed charter school in the county coming, that's been proposed, and it's in the media and on social media. They're proposing a startup of 280 students. That's if and when this comes to fruition. And if that were to happen, say in the 26-27 year, that would take you up to 1,700 charter school students that would be being paid. So our point is that we are wanting you to pay attention to the matter of this enrollment and the budget factors related to the enrollment, with charter schools being a major piece. We also feel like it's important that the public understands what the impact of the charter schools are on the traditional public schools. The money does not come out of thin air from some separate appropriation. So it's important that the community knows that. And that there is some public transparency regarding this enrollment. We're asking maybe if up-to-date enrollment information could be posted online or otherwise made available, and for you to pay attention to that as we go forward at the top of your list in
Well,
terms of budget.
On
Thank
that, on that request, I think, Mr. Evans, I think you can request that information.
Yes, sir.
And if and when we get that information, we can post it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, what we make an effort is, Mr. Evans can ask for that information. And if and when we get it, we will post it. You know, you know, and it sounds the way that you're raising this question is that there's a potential to overpay them? Is that what?
Well, no, I think we just need to, I think the community, there are people in the community that want to act in the best interest of the public schools. And if they know that impact, they may make choices accordingly. That's one thing.
Okay.
But separately, we need transparency and planning for facilities. It may well be that the enrollment we have does not match the facility footprint that has historically been used. And that impacts those millions of dollars that you are putting on the table. Is that the best use of those funds to achieve the high-performing system that we are entitled to and can achieve?
But it's a statutory requirement, that's what you're saying, to make those transfers.
Yeah, you're stuck with making
The
those
statutory
transfers, but
requirement.
we can decide, people can decide whether to do that or not. And we can decide once we know, if we know, are looking at it and following the trends, you can decide how you to best spend the rest of your money and in what manner.
Well, I just thank you for something that I wouldn't have looked at.
Are you talking about the proposed charter school here? Because I also heard that one might be in Rocky Mount.
Well, it
But
depends
that
upon
would
which
be an
county.
additional problem.
That depends upon which side, which county, which county.
That would be an additional factor. I was thinking of the one here would be directly drawing from your population, but anyone that starts, our understanding is you have students in 6 schools, in Wilson, Nash, and Halifax counties, and Edgecombe. So
Now, maybe you can ask the question, if a student leaves here and go to another county, do we pay that county?
if that student is a resident in Edgecombe County,
send the money.
Public Schools
Pays the amount
part of
To
whatever
that,
money
whichever
we
county
get.
they go to,
That's right.
Okay.
And they pay it to the school.
to the school system.
But in the case of a charter school, if a student transfers, that money does not go back if he goes back to the.
And that's a whole nother, it's a lot of
Whole
complications.
other issue.
Right, okay. Oh, okay, because you said it stays there.
10 days.
Okay.
And a lot of them come back.
And it stays there, go to school, might not, the records might not be keep them, I'll follow you,
Yeah,
okay?
it locks in, I think it's 20 day. After 20 days, it locks in and they can move somewhere else or move back and that money stays, so that is.
Sometimes they want to send them back.
Right.
And the only other thing I
And they're
would say
holding
in
to that
closing
20
is
Excuse me, go ahead, Mr. Moss.
is that, I mean, what you're talking about is a national trend. It's not just a local
Oh,
trend.
that's correct.
It's
Yes.
everywhere.
Yes, we're just asking that you all,
And I'm not saying that that's good or bad for us, and we do what we can.
it's a statewide and national
Statewide
trend,
problem.
and we just asking that you consider it in a public manner and let the community be involved in that information, because some of it is driven by community choice.
And it is, and sometimes, until that issue is brought to you, we don't know it. Okay, thank
And
you.
that's why we suggested in your request for information, you look at it 3 times a year. You can't even look at a static number. You have to look at it the beginning of school, the middle, and the end, because you need to know the trend that you're facing as you deal with the budget. Thank you.
Next.
James Ryan.
Good evening, everybody. I'm James Wren, 704 NC 97 Eastern Leggett. Coming through tonight as a representing the UB Local 150 at Cummins, as well as the Down East Workers Assembly and Edgecombe United, speaking in advocating. I know your budget, but I want to say I advocate again for these increases in what Dr. Bryan sent you, dealing with especially the classified supplement for classified workers in the school system, meaning the cafeteria workers, bus drivers, janitors, which only get $300 a year supplement, and Dr. Bryan's asking for, the school board asking for an increase of to $1,300 a year, as well as the revised bus drivers pay, the increased bus drivers pay. That's a serious issue in Edgecombe County bus drivers, school bus drivers. I know, I've heard this. So on behalf of, we're here to support the Edgecombe Association of Educators. They were here last year advocating, when we get a raise. I think, Mr. Wiggins, you said for them to keep it up, and hopefully we could look in there and find something, especially these classified workers, the bus drivers in the school system, to help our school system, public school system, do better. Thank you.
Thank you. That adjourns our public hearing on the budget. The next we come to public petitions. We're going to ask the clerk to call you up. When you come up, please state your name and your address for the public record. And you have 3 minutes. And the clerk will ring the bell. So be winding it down so I won't have to gavel you down. Madam Clerk.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'd like to thank you very much for the illuminating budget meeting, budget presentation. I don't have a dog in this fight yet.
Did you state your name, please, sir?
Oh, my name is Brian Heidel. I live at 1307 St. Andrew Street in Tarboro.
Go right ahead.
I don't have a dog in the fight because we just moved here this year.
Well, you got a dog then.
Couple of
If you
weeks.
just moved here, you got a dog.
Well, maybe, but this dog has to learn before you get into a fight.
This dog stepped up, so you in the fight. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say something about something we've been listening to. We just moved here from Connecticut, and the electrical rates in Connecticut are skyrocketing astronomically. The last bill I got from Eversource was over $900 for a month. Now, that doesn't really have any meaning here right now, but I understand that the board or the county executive is entertaining or possibly entertaining a data center in town. My concerns are the cost of the data center, the cost of electricity, and the cost of infrastructure going forward. Unless those are fully covered by the data center operator, I would recommend that you would not entertain putting a data center here, because it will adversely affect everybody's electrical rates and, of course, the water usage that's also required to run them. And because I've seen no hard evidence as to what they are proposing until they are actually able to give us an actual usage of what they require, that the data center would not be entertained at this time. Thank you. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for it.
Thank you.
Monty Q. Taylor. She signed up to vote.
She went out.
Okay. M.L. Harold Heidel.
Hello. Thank you for giving me the space to speak. My name is Maggie Lynn Heron Heidel. I'm obviously his daughter. I live at 1307 as well. He actually stole everything I was about to just say, so. I will reiterate, the electric bills went up by $1,000 a household in around December 2025, and they kept climbing. And of course, Eversource, which is the utility company up in Connecticut, insisted it was to pay for people who were not paying their electrical bills. But now they're starting to admit that that money is actually going to power the data centers in Connecticut. Ones that are much smaller, that are being up there, than what's being proposed to be built here. So, considering I've heard the poverty rates in this county are prevalently high, I could be wrong, of course, I think that would be very devastating to the community, not to mention your future budgets, considering this lovely building probably takes a great deal of electricity to power as is, and your bill would probably climb a huge amount as well. I think that's the best I can put it, considering he already reiterated it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mumtaz Shite.
Good evening.
Okay. State your name, please.
Oh, my name is Mumtaz Sheikh, 4708 Honeysuckle Lane, Rocky Mount, North Carolina. I'm from Nash County, of course, in solidarity with my Edgecombe County neighbors who are opposed to the introduction of a toxic industry into their community in Kingsborough. Nash County may face such a challenge sooner or later, so please stand and support us when we are in the fight. A Pew Research Center study noted that 67% of all data centers are built in rural, Midwestern and Southern states. That's us here. Because being poorer, we are easily exploited. One such data center to be built here in Kingsborough is currently on hold. I want you to be aware that once built, the two most precious commodities in our lives, energy and water, basic human needs, will become the source of insurmountable problems due to the nature of this toxic industry. All over North Carolina, people are waking up to the negative effects of data centers on the health of the people and the environment, and of greater concern of the mental and physical well-being of the next generation. The Kingsborough Data Center will be on 122 acres of land, I think, and will cost $19 billion. This is a hyperscale monster of 900 megawatts of power. Once up and running, it will start consuming enormous amounts of energy, and energy enough to power 900,000 homes in just one day, and guzzle 5 million gallons of water in one day too, to cool the computers. So I ask you, Edgecombe County, do you have these staggering amounts of energy and water to feed this proposed beast in your backyard? This is overconsumption of energy and water will be reflected in bloated bills you receive every month. Are you prepared to pay for more power and water while the billionaire owners of the data center pays nothing? Communities around data centers report frequent power outages, power rationing, dry faucets running brown water, 24/7 noise from fans and generators, toxic emissions, and empty wallets. Are you, my Edgecombe neighbors, prepared for this assault on your quality of life? If your answer is no, vote to ban all data centers in this community, in North Carolina and elsewhere. Because if you do nothing, this predator will poison your air, raise your utility bills, and leave you with brown water and cancer. Say no to data centers and vote to ban all data centers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carlton Atkins.
Hello, I'm Carlton Atkins, 428 Fishing Creek Road. She put it very well, everything I'll say about the data centers. I can't imagine anybody voting for one of them. County Commission in Edgecombe County been doing us a pretty good job. I've been living here for 89 years. We got a pretty good setup. Why rock the boat? like Mr. Evans said, y'all are here to service the people, to benefit the people of Edgecombe County. We're doing just fine. Why cause a problem? Don't fix something that ain't broke. I must admit, Mr. Evans is a very eloquent speaker. And he's very informed on the budget. I have a difficult time with the checkbook. Anybody here but me, not sure can't understand. How you come up with the figures is missing me. But never mind. It seems like the whole room would help
I'm
with all that.
like you, they got to come up with those figures for me too, okay?
Yeah, I got checkbook something else, and I'm no about myself. Wife died years ago. But that was a great job. Anyway, I just want to please reconsider. What is it benefit to the citizens of Edgecombe County? Y'all's job is to benefit the citizens of Edgecombe County, like Mr. Evans said. What's the benefit? That's all I want to know. If there is one. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you,
I'm
sir.
not talking individual. I'm talking collectively. Thank y'all.
Thank you, sir.
Next.
I just want to make sure IT got the part where he said did a good job.
Make sure it's in the minutes.
He hadn't been getting that much, so especially during budget time, he don't get that kind.
If not,
Go ahead.
AI will fix it.
Hey, Carol Heidel.
Hello, and again, thank you. I'm Peg Karen Heidel, 1307 St. Andrews, Marlboro. Those are tough acts to follow, so I'll just say this. Humanity has survived thousands of years without AI. No need for it. And I know the push is strong now, but there is one thing we cannot survive: without water. We need our water. Without that, we're dead. And you're paying a lot of money for water, cancer possibilities, etc. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
Short Cove.
Good evening, board. Troy Cole, Post Office Box 334, Halifax, NC. As far as the stuff with the data centers, you look at all the data centers that's being built in places like Richmond County and other counties, rural areas, and we're in one of the most economically distressed portions of the state. Edgecombe County is one of the more, as well as Halifax and several other counties as well. That's what seems to be the common denominator here. And the data centers are using a whole bunch of water to power the data centers and to cool off the computers and whatnot. That's what's driving electrical bills through the roof, water usage bills through the roof, and it's been happening in place after place across the country, places like Memphis and other places. I mean, I could go, the list goes on and on. But these data centers are killing us. They're causing cancer rates to go through the roof. All kinds of things. Just looking at the cancer rates in places like Richmond County. My own father-in-law was just diagnosed recently with stage 4 colon cancer. So, it's affecting everybody. But also, I'm here to advocate for myself and my fellow teachers and classified staff in the public school system, asking for the $1,300 incentive and the 1% increase for the teachers. $1,300 for the classified staff because they're hardly getting any kind of a bonus, and they work their tails off. And then the teachers were advocating for a 1% raise. But also, we want this county to grow. If you look at the trends over the past 15, 20 years, this county has been shrinking. That's not good. That's not good. We want to increase in size. Part of the way to do that is to have a top-notch, fully functioning school system, and also clean air and clean water. And without those things, it's hard to maintain that. And that's all I really have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
Alfreda Perkins.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I come, Alfreda Perkins, 5337 US Highway 64. I am Edgecombe County Democratic Party Chair. I come on behalf of Edgecombe to read the resolutions. The resolution reads as such. Resolution on opposing the proposal and building of data centers in Edgecombe County. Residents of West Edgecombe Precinct 12-3 met on February 23rd, 2026 at West Edgecombe Fire Department. Quorum was met. Whereas the residents of Edgecombe County were notified of developers' plans to build a hyperscale data center in the Kingsborough Industrial Park and a smaller project proposed for Tarboro in a different location. Whereas, how does the data centers impact our community? Data centers demand massive amounts of energy that destabilizes our electricity grid and increases the price of our monthly electricity bill. The community will also be impacted by water pollution and consumption, air pollution, noise pollution, runoff, flooding, and non-point source pollution, land loss, and fragmentation of natural corridors, urban heat island effect, and unfair economic trade-offs. Whereas the survey conducted by the Edgecombe County Manager's Office resulted in 82% of the county residents opposing the proposal. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the residents of West Edgecombe Fire Department Precinct 12-3 are in strict opposition of any proposal and building of data centers in Edgecombe County. Too many unanswered questions to proceed with data centers. Be it further resolved that the Edgecombe County Democratic Party advocates for all local and state general election candidates to publicly state on their platforms what their stand is on hyperscale data centers, whether they stand with the citizens in opposition or in favor with big industry. This proposal was adopted this 23rd day of February 2026 with signatures from Kimberly Lyons, West Edgecombe Fire Department Precinct 12-3 Chairperson, and Sheila Brown, Secretary. Note, on March 21, 2026, at the Edgecombe County Democratic Party Convention held at ECDP, that's Edgecombe County Democratic Party headquarters in Tarboro, North Carolina, this resolution was passed unanimously by the body of delegates in attendance and recorded in the ECDP convention minutes. I thank you for this time of being able to speak to you. I pray that the decision not to bring the data system here is within your schedule. Also, I agree with what others have said about the murky waters. I look at the pollution that'll come out of it. I look at the detriment of all of us as citizens of Edgecombe County if this data system is to be put here in Edgecombe and anywhere for that matter. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sarah Downard.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Put it
Sorry
down.
about that. I'm Sarah Downard. I live at 2410 Heath Lane in Tarboro. And I'm here to say, to ask you to say no to the data center. I have nothing to add. They've said it all. So I will say this, that I'm very, I moved here about 5 years ago, and I am very thankful for Tarboro and Edgecombe County. It's a place that we can afford. I was clowned one day on Facebook because I gave a compliment regarding my utility bill every month. So I'm not sure what her utility bill was, but it's always been fair. I'm very thankful to live here, And the only thing about the data center coming here, it scares me that someone like me may not be able to afford to continue to live here if it comes in. Because like I said, you know, I'm just one person, but my electric bill is good. My neighbor has a couple kids and her electric bill is good. And, you know, they moved from the, you know, north to have a better way of life. And I just hope that we can continue to do that. So I want to thank you at the same time as asking you to say no to the data center.
Thank you. Let me just say one thing about utilities in terms of where you come from and when you move to this area. When you move to this area, I know about possibly Tarboro and Rocky Mount. When you pay for utility service, you pay for, in Rocky Mount, I believe Tarboro, you pay for electric, water, sewer, you pay for gas, you pay for waste, yard removal, and those kinds of things. So when you speak in terms of utility bill, you look at your utility bill, and when you move from other places, utility bills, you might be getting 4 different bills, and that bill will be from your electric service, your water service, and so when you speak in terms of what I'm paying and looking back to what you might have paid, just look at the total service that you're getting on one bill here and compare it with where you're coming from. And, you know, I guess I come from a board, and that was Rocky Mount, where we used to get, and people would, and I tell them, look at this, all of the services that you're paying for and where you come from, look at total of the 5 different bills that you were getting for your service and see if you're getting a deal, okay? Okay, next.
James Red.
David again, James Brand, 704 NC 97 East in Leggett. I come to you as Edgecombe County Democratic Party Chair in the Leggett Precinct 5-1, as well as Edgecombe Neighbors Against Data Center Accountability. And I'm coming to you on behalf of Mayor Teresa Summerlin, the Mayor of Leggett, who could not attend here because he's recovering from surgery. I'm going to read this resolution. Resolution from the town of Leggett to propose data center development in Edgecombe County. Whereas the town of Leggett is a municipality located in the northwestern part of Edgecombe County, whereas Energy Storage Solutions is proposing the development of a $19.2 billion data center in the Kingsborough Industrial Park owned by Edgecombe County, and whereas the town of Leggett acknowledges that many of its residents, as well as the surrounding community, are disproportionately affected by the chronic health conditions and would be impacted by potential negative health effects brought about by the data center construction and operations, and whereas the town of Leggett and its citizens are concerned for the potential energy grid impacts that could be brought about by data center construction and operations, as well as water pollution and excessive water consumption, air pollution, flooding, and land loss, among other environmental pollutant effects that the data center construction and operations could bring. Therefore, be it resolved that the town of Leggett and its residents are in strict opposition to any proposal for the construction of data centers due to the concerns of the data center's potential impact on the environmental and health outcomes for its residents, which may offset any potential economic development brought to Edgecombe County, adopted this day, the 19th day of May, 2026, signed by Teresa Summerlin, Mayor of Leggett, Will Barnes, Commissioner, Natasha Davis, Commissioner, Joanne Montgomery, Commissioner. And Mayor Summerlin herself has a sister living in Loudoun County, Virginia. She's been there and seen the effect of the data center, and she's totally opposed to it, and these are you. Also, in the absence of Princeville Mayor Bobby Jones, I will pass this to you, a resolution from the Town of Princeville Board of Commissioners prohibiting the development and construction and operation of data centers within the town limit of Princeville, North Carolina, adopted the 18th day of May 2026, signed by Mayor Bobby Jones, Pamela Barnes, Town Clerk. You pass them out too. Thank you.
You got any more hats you want to put on? While you're up there, I don't want to see you no more tonight.
John Williams.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. My name
Good
is
evening.
Johnny Williams. Address is 121 Webb Lane, Princeton, North Carolina. Also the Vice Chair of Princeton Planning Board. I'm here tonight to speak about and would like some answers to a few questions that I have at the end, which will be pretty short and sweet. May 22nd, 2026, that was on the Friday before the Memorial Day weekend. When I came out of my driveway, I had water flowing all across my driveway. This is an ongoing problem that's not just happened, but within the last 3 to 5 years. First it was once every year and a half. Then it dropped down to maybe 8 months. And so now it's happening a lot more often, back to back on Webb Lane back there. I can tell you that they, in 1999, they took a sewer system out, but I have gave your the person that's doing your filming and all, it's supposed to be 4 pictures of some faulty piping that was laid down. It got to be over 50 years ago. Because I've been resident of Tarboro for about 35 years, and I've been on Princefield about 30 years, or 32 years myself. And what I noticed was that every time there be a leak back on Webb Lane, it's always about the same area. A little 2 feet to the right, a little 2 feet in front, and I think the last time was 5 feet. And I do appreciate the response from the county when they come. When I call them, they always come in response. But then the problem that I saw when they came was, I think they got faulty equipment because the generator pumps, they're supposed to be siphoning the water out of the hole, once they get all the dirt out. The pumps were not working correctly. Then it went to the electric pump. They weren't working that good. I stayed out there with them about 3.5 hours to fix that leak that was out there in the street. It's on the county side. It's always on the county side. I've not had a problem on my side, probably one time. And that was just at the water meeting. So I'm asking the county that the few staff, the members that you have, the working in water sewer, I think the guys could be treated a lot more better than what's going on here. I watched those 3.5 hours that these men was trying to find the water leak, and to better describe the water leak, if everybody ever seen the Beverly Hillbillies, when Jed shot that gun and then up come a bubbling pool, that's how bad my water leak be big. It started on this side and then run all the way down the street and cross other people's property. But the biggest thing that I've seen that the men is working water and sewer department is, I asked the guys, I say, y'all don't have any water suits or anything to keep y'all from getting wet? I seen them change clothes 3 times. All I saw was a county t-shirt. I have not seen them with boots. I don't know what the company supplies for them, but I asked the supervisor that works in that department, CJ, I say, don't y'all need some kind of water suits or something? I say, you guys, man, to get pneumonia, anything. Look like they need gloves, knee pads. So in other words, what I'm saying, make a long story short, is can't we turn around and supply our employees with at least better equipment that they can do their job better? And I think they need to sit down and have a conversation to talk to their manager and supervisor and see what kind of problem, what kind of things to be done. Last but not least, I asked the supervisor or any employees when they were trying to find the water leak, did they have a locator for electricity? They said they didn't have one. It was mentioned to me that you had to get with the electric company 3 days. Well, we couldn't let that water pump out 3 days like that. That's ridiculous. So what I'm asking on that finally is this: if the county could make some kind of arrangement with an electric company that's local, not all the time, but just when it's needed, because my service is underground. It's not overhead like most power lines are. That when it's an underground service, could we have an electric company or get a locator from an electric company or somebody from the electric company itself to get a wire locator to locate the wire so they won't get electric shock when they dig the hole. And because at one time in the past, a few years ago, when some of the gentlemen was digging up trying to find a water leak, and my water leaks are not the little small leaks. These pipings are supposed to be PVC pipe, but they cheaper than that. And I had 4 pictures that I gave the photographer that they said they were gonna put in your package, that I got on my phone. That the piping is real cheap. It's no good. So we got an ongoing problem with water piping over in the peripheral area as well as the rural area, because it's got old piping in it and they are constantly breaking more and more faster now. So I'm just asking if, to help, I've talked to Mr. Mosley, he said he's gonna try to put me some new piping back there, which, in the past, he had mentioned that, well, not Mr. Mosley, he said there wasn't any funding for, so that's an ongoing problem. It seemed like me, back in Southern Terrace or that dead end cul-de-sac street where I live at, it seemed like I'm always having a real bad water problem, and I've not heard anyone else have a whole lot of problems. I like that problem to be resolved, cause I know the county get tired just as much as I do about it, every time I think everything's straightened out, a few months down the road, then we got another leak in the same area. Thank you very much.
Well, I think what we'll do, we'll ask Ms. Evans.
Yeah, thank you.
Ms. Evans, make sure that Mr. Evans get your information, make sure that he will follow up and see what those issues are. You live in the town of Princeville?
Yes, in Southern Terrace.
You talking about the water and sewer system? You're talking about the water and sewer system? Mhm. Well, we'll ask Mr. Evans to have us a response for that, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I do have copies of the pictures.
Okay, and if we'll make sure somebody follow up with that in terms of how that's handled, okay?
Cumulus Dancy.
Good evening. Louis Nancy the second. I live at 127 Midway Lane.
You ain't gotta read that.
Midway Lane. I got so much in my mind I have to read it.
Oh, you already have record, go ahead.
And have property on Bound Farm Road, Pine Top. Please get as much information on the data center. I receive emails all the time from across the state about the center. I believe a moratorium should be considered. Now, what is the operational status of the animal shelter? I know I'm on the committee and everything.
Well, you ought to know.
No, I don't know.
I thought you were gonna tell us about that.
I don't know. That's what I'm asking. Safety. I feel safe, especially with that deputy president and all the other meetings. I understand others want to increase. However, everyone should be concerned about being safe all over the county. So I hope, y'all know I'm not a stranger to this, I hope the Edgecombe County Sheriff's Office will receive an increase, because every time I look at the news, not only Edgecombe County but other places, there's a lot of crime. So I want to continue to be safe. So I hope we understand safety is top priority. Thank you.
I agree with you, but I want to be safe if they don't get no more money, Mrs. Dancy, because that appears what this budget is doing, okay? So I'm hoping that we continue to be safe with that, because we got anybody else?
No, sir, that's it.
Well, I'd like to thank all of you. You help make our meetings lively, okay? And I would say to all of you, in terms of your comments, that our board has heard you, and we certainly would take all of that into consideration. We have not finalized our budget. We'll do that at our next meeting in terms of, so if there are going to be any changes that would be made between now and the meeting that will be set, we'll know that meeting date tonight. Or you have a proposal?
Proposed June 27th.
It's proposed for June 27th, which will be that meeting date. Any other comments from any of the board members?
Mr. Chairman, may I give a brief update related to our work around data centers? I know a lot of folks had comments tonight.
Please go right ahead.
First of all, I think it's important to clarify one piece of information that we've heard a few times tonight, and we've heard in other ways too. Energy Storage Solutions is the company everyone knows that was proposing at one point 3 data centers, one here in Tarboro that's already been before the town council. They turned it down. It's been appealed. I understand they're having conversations about that appeal now. The second one was at Kingsborough, 122 acres at Kingsborough Industrial Park that came before the board. The board, your position has since been to table that, and then you instruct the staff not even to put it back on the agenda until we got some additional information on that project. We've not gotten that. And so it's not been any activity as far as I can see for the one at Kingsborough. There was a third one that the exact location had not been determined. All 3 were proposed to be a total of about $19 billion, not just the one at Kingsborough, all 3. Still large data centers, but I think it's important, you know, we hear that number a lot, want to make sure we understand what that number represents. That was the total for the 3 proposed data centers. Now, the board, in exploring and doing your due diligence and looking at ultimately possibly making a decision one way or another on a project, you want it to be as best informed as you could, and so we created a data center advisory group, an ad hoc committee that was assembled that included people who are very publicly and vocally opposed to a data center. There are a couple of people who are in favor of data centers. We had subject matter specialists and then a number of county staff members, about 28 folks or so. We've had 4 meetings. The goal of those meetings was not to try to convince anybody on either side to feel, you know, to change your mind, but to ultimately to gather as much information as we can so that we can bring that back to you all, so that if you come to a point where you're asked to consider again a data center, that you can be as informed as you can. We've had 4 meetings. They were very good meetings, a lot of lively discussion, a lot of good information shared. We're in the process now of packaging all of the information that was shared and gathered for that group. Once I have that draft package done, we're about finished with that, I'm going to send it back to the group. I've told them that they would see it again as a one package of information before I shared it with you, and then I'll bring it back to you for you to have that information. My goal is to have that and to review it with you at your meeting on the 22nd. You will see in that, it's no surprise that some of the folks on that committee still are against data centers and recommend that you say no to a data center, some recommending a moratorium. There are also some recommendations in there for additional changes or tightening up our unified development ordinance. The way we described it, to tighten that box up more. And so we'll be reviewing those with you as well. And if you choose to instruct staff to go back and make some draft recommendations to our unified development ordinance, we will certainly do that. So just wanted to give you that quick update on the work we've been doing around data centers.
But at this time, correct me if I'm wrong, there is no application for a data center.
No, sir. Not for the county.
There is no application for a data center here. There was consideration on the acquisition of land for a data center. Am I correct, Mr. Peters?
Yes, sir.
So we have no application on file for a data center. Okay. But that does not mean that the board was considering that land. So you're taking your right positions at the right time. I'm not saying that you shouldn't. Okay. I'm just giving you the best information I can to say where this board is. Okay. Which means we are not considering one because there is no application. That is not to say that one cannot come. Okay. But at this time, there is no application for a data center. Have I stated that correctly?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Mr. Wiggins.
Go right ahead.
May I address Ms. Sue Howard just one second?
Go right ahead.
Ms. Howard, you did a wonderful job in regards to explaining to us about our library, and you do a wonderful job. You know, I should have spoken earlier, because if everybody here would notice when Ms. Howard flashed up everything about the library, what was up there about 98-99% of the time was our branch library in Pine Tops. I think everybody pretty well knows where I'm going with this. since I represent District 5, which includes Pine Tops, Ms. Howard, I'm gonna just point blank ask you this question. Well, let me say this too, in regards to some information for you that I think you may know, you may not. Mr. Jonathan Cobb wrote me and all this board a very explicit and very informative note that said very much of what you did. I guess here's the point of question. If we can't increase our funding to the library, I'm going to ask us a question. I was about to state it myself, but our Pine Tops branch is pretty much history, right?
We have a board meeting ourselves tomorrow.
Okay.
And I'm not going to speak out of school. There will have to be some changes made. Our fund balance is, we have been working with a fund balance. This year we have gone through, I don't know, I won't know until tomorrow, how much of that fund balance, but our fund balance has dropped much lower than we would like for it to be. So yes, I mean, we had cuts this year, we had no raises, we had, we've had to cut our insurance, the quality of our insurance. We still pay for insurance for our 6 full-time people, but we had to drop the level of coverage that we have, which raises their expenses. Their co-pays are higher, their deductibles are higher, so, and so, yeah, there will be some more cuts in the system, but I would be speaking out of school I do not know exactly what steps the board would be forced to take. But certainly, if we don't have any additional funding this year, the following year would, at the very least, would be major cuts. And this year, there will be more additional cuts. As I said, we've already made cuts.
Yes, ma'am. I apologize for the way I asked that question.
No, it's okay.
It puts you on the spot, and I didn't mean to do that.
Because it is a real
But
concern.
she knew how to answer you.
She did good.
It is a real concern, but I'm not making any threats. So.
Yes, ma'am. Look, Ms. Howard, thank you very much. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, I had my agenda. Moving on, Ms. Evans, budget amendments?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. You have before you 5 budget amendments, excuse me, that do require your approval. You'll see each of those does have a description and purpose for the budget amendment. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. Recommend that you approve the 5 budget amendments as presented.
Motion? Second? Questions? All in favor, let it be known by vote sign aye. All opposed? Let's take about a 10-minute break. We had a long session. It might need bathroom breaks. Let's take a recess. Let's take a recess. My son tells me my son always tells me, them long meetings, you need to give them breaks, okay? Well, I forget it, He takes break, court takes break. Call the meeting back to order. Go ahead, Ms. Evans.
Mr. Chairman, I'd ask if you wouldn't mind if we could move, I have under Manager's Report an update on the Tarboro Edgecombe Public Arts Commission, and if it's okay with you, I'd like to go ahead and move that up the agenda. Mr. Eric Green, who's the director, is here tonight, and he's going to give you a brief update, and he's also giving you a handout that you can refer to, if that's okay, Mr. Chairman.
Hearing no objections, please come up. Please tell us who you are and what you're gonna do.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Eric Green, and I am the director of the Tarboro Edgecombe Public Arts Commission, located at the Blunt Bridger's house. And I'm officially an employee of the town of Tarboro, but this board and Edgecombe County help fund my position. Mr. Evans asked if I would come and give you an update on what's been going on with the Tarboro Edgecombe Public Arts Commission, or TPAC, which we use as an acronym for it. A couple of recent programs, one that happened in April and one that happened in May. On Thursday, April the 9th, was the third annual Jazz Night in Tarboro concert. This year we featured the Baron Timeless Quintet from Durham. They were fabulous. Baron is a wonderful guitar player. He brought a terrific group of musicians with him. We had a pretty good turnout for it, best turnout we've had for Jazz Night so far. And was very happy with that event. And I feel like providing musical opportunities, especially in light of the fact that I used to work out at Edgecombe Community College, and we did a performance series for a long time, which is not really happening these days. I don't know that the interest or the funding is there for it. So providing opportunities for Edgecombe County citizens and Tarboro residents to experience world quality jazz was a wonderful thing. Then in May, we had the annual Happening on the Common Festival, which took place on the 16th. The weather was perfect, turnout was wonderful. We had a great group of entertainers. We had children's art instructors who were working with kids, creating all types of things. That festival has been going on for 35, 40 years here in Tarboro. I worked for the Edgecombe County Arts Council between 1995 and 2004. Then I spent 16 years out at Edgecombe Community College. But the Happening on the Common was already underway by the time I arrived at the Arts Council in 1995. Currently in the gallery at the Blunt Bridger's house in the Hobson Pittman Memorial Gallery, we have an exhibit of portraits from the permanent collection. Upstairs, of course, the museum is a historic house museum on the first floor. It's an art gallery on the second floor. On the back side of the house is sort of a living museum to Edgecombe County's most famous painter, Hobson Pittman. And then in the large room in the front, the show changes about 5-6 times a year. A couple of those exhibits are 30 days, most of them are closer to 60 days. But right now we have portraits from the permanent collection that are hanging. That'll be up through June the 15th. And then the next exhibit that we're going to be having is going to feature an African-American Tarboro artist named Jeffrey Hughes. He does wonderful landscapes and he does abstract pieces. Jeff has been participating in the annual Great Tarboro Art Bazaar since I arrived back at the Blunt Bridger's house after having been out at the community college for a long time. So I'm looking forward to having a Tarboro artist that's going to be represented. Moving on to the second page of the handout that I gave you. Coming up, we've already heard a little bit about the free concert that's going to be happening a week from Tuesday. The North Carolina Symphony will be in town. This is part of the America 250 celebration. They're going to be doing a free concert on the town common. which is corporately sponsored. It's free to the public, no admission charge. That is Tuesday, June the 9th at 7:30. Sophie Mock is going to be the conductor, and Taylor Troyer is going to be the featured vocalist that will be performing with them. So we not only get to hear the symphony, but we'll get to hear a singer as well. The reason I bring this up is because in addition to my responsibilities as the director of the Tarboro-Edgecombe Public Arts Commission, I also serve as the president of the Edgecombe County chapter of the North Carolina Symphony. And this is another artistic opportunity for citizens of Edgecombe County. Then, coming up following that is going to be what's now the 4th annual Tarboro-Edgecombe Juneteenth celebration. We've had 3 of these so far. The first 2 happened downtown at Courthouse Square, and vendors were set up on Main Street. The issue that we had with that location, although attendance was good, is that there is very, very little shade. And on the 19th of June, you can bet it's going to be 95 degrees plus. So there was a real need to want to, and a desire to move Tarboro-Edgecombe Juneteenth Festival to East Tarboro, which would be a historically appropriate place for it to happen. Last year, we had planned to do that. My organization, in partnership with Freedom Organization, who takes the lead on all of the content for the Juneteenth event. I am able to use grassroots grant money to fund artistic portions of the event. So anyone that the committee and/or Freedom Organization decides that they want to be a part of the program, performers, the sound company, art instructors for children, those types of things, my organization is able to use grassroots grant funds from the North Carolina Arts Council to fund that portion of it. And then Freedom Organization is covering all the other incidentals, things that grant money wouldn't cover. For example, bouncy houses for kids. I'm not allowed to spend grant money on those types of things. If they wanted to set up a sprinkler system for folks to cool off in the heat, that's not something that grant funds would cover. So this has been a very good partnership. I was approached by Troy Lewis after President Biden had declared Juneteenth to be a federal holiday. I think he was being approached by town council people asking, what is Tarboro going to do for Juneteenth? And so he approached me to sort of explore the idea. And initially, I just basically said to Troy, okay, I'm happy to be involved with this, but obviously a staff of one who is Caucasian does not need to be the person who is planning Juneteenth Festival. So we decided the best thing to do would be to gather voices, particularly from the African American community, and develop a strong committee. And the lucky thing was, at that time, Eric Evans had just mentioned this a little while ago, at that point I had some ARPA funds to work with. So there was additional grant funding that was coming in from the federal government on top of what we were getting from the state. And so my plan was to try and find a partner organization to get this event started and then eventually hand it off, knowing that those federal funds were going to disappear. Well, at one point, the North Carolina Arts Council started to see just how effective the additional funds that arts agencies around the state were getting from this federal funding. And so they lobbied the General Assembly to increase the amount of funding that organizations like TPAC are receiving. They did. So I've continued, even though those ARPA funds were only available for 2 years before they sunsetted, my grant budget, went up. So I've been able to continue to provide roughly $7,000 a year to help fund the Tarboro-Edgecombe Juneteenth Festival. This year, well, I started just to tell you about the weather thing last year. We had planned to hold the festival at Clark Park over by the M.A. Ray Center, and we were actually going to have Faye Smith of the Black Heritage Museum and Cultural Center do a miniature Black History exhibit within the Ray Center that would also provide an additional place for people to come in, use the restroom, and cool off. The problem that we ran into with Clark Park is that the East Harbor Canal runs right through there. And anytime there is heavy rain, certain areas of the park flood. Part of the parking lot floods, down near the basketball court, that floods. And the weekend prior to Juneteenth this past year, we had a lot of rain. And we were taking a look at it, and the water, the transformer that we were going to use to power the stage, the water actually came within less than a foot from that, and there was more rain predicted. So we had to make a judgment call. We had set up the town common where we hold the happening to be a backup location, and so that's why we wound up relocating the Juneteenth Festival to the town common last year. This year, it's going to be held in East Harbor on East St. James Street, directly across from where Freedom Organization's Eco Community Garden is located. That's actually, I think, going to be a very good place for us to hold it. St. James Street is very wide, so there's room for vendors to set up on either side of the street. There's a nice shady area across from the Eco Garden, which is where the stage will be located. The town has already run electricity over there. And I think that this is actually going to turn out to be a really good place for us to hold it. So Friday, June the 19th, is going to be the 4th annual Tarboro Edgecombe Juneteenth Festival, and I've just put copies of the flyer in your handout there so you can kind of see when things are going to be happening, etc. Coming up in September, we're going to actually be doing an exhibition of newly framed, never seen Hobson Pittman paintings. This past year, back in October, George Weeks, who is the great nephew of Hobson Pittman, came to Tarboro, and we started looking through works on paper by Hobson Pittman that were unframed. They were just in museum storage boxes. And we chose 11 pieces that George basically gave a gift to the Blunt Bridgers House and to the foundation of having those pieces matted and framed. Some of them are pastels, some of them are watercolors. The Blunt Bridgers House Foundation was so impressed by that gift, they decided they wanted to follow suit. So we went through and started looking through those pieces again, and the foundation chose 11 more pieces, and those have since been taken over and matted and framed. So all of a sudden we have 22 new, well, not new, most of them were very old. Hobson Pittman died in 1972, but newly framed Hobson Pittman pieces that have never been exhibited before. So in the fall, George is going to be coming back to Tarboro, and we're going to have those 22 pieces on exhibit, and we're going to go through the rest of those pieces, and he's going to choose some more. So eventually, the idea is to get all of these unframed Hobson Pittman pieces framed. Then in November, it'll be the annual Great Tarboro Art Bazaar, which is our annual show and sale of local and regional art and craft work. That's going to take place from November 5th through the 25th, and the opening reception will be Thursday, November 5th from 5:30 to 7:30. So recently, well, I did want to just let you know about our administration of the grassroots arts program. What I've provided here on the next page, and this is the one that looks like this, is basically the spending plan as was submitted. This will be our 4th year managing this program. And actually, it'll be a 5th year managing this program. I just celebrated my 5th anniversary working in this position on April the 19th. And it was the following year that we were able to receive funding from the North Carolina Arts Council. And this coming year, we're going to be having $39,159 coming into Edgecombe County. 16,000 of that will be sub-granted to other organizations who apply to conduct arts programs in the county. We will use some of it to fund the Happening on the Common. We'll use some of it to fund the Tarboro Edgecombe Juneteenth Festival, some of it to fund Jazz Night in Tarboro, and then there will be a smaller section of money that we'll be able to use for partnerships, internal programs, etc. And I just sort of provided the spending plan for that at this point. The final page in this little presentation that I put together is basically to give you guys sort of an idea of the community impact that TPAC has been having since its inception, and since I started work as the arts director in April of 2021. So far, we've done 5 Happening on the Common festivals. We've done 5 Great Tarboro Art Bazaars. We've done 3 Tarboro Edgecombe Juneteenth festivals. The 4th one is coming up imminently. We've done 3 Jazz Night in Tarboro concerts. And we've partnered with the Black Heritage Museum and Cultural Center to do 3 Black History exhibits in February. In addition to that, there have been 30 gallery exhibitions that have taken place. So I feel like we're making an impact. We do appreciate the support that the county commissioners have given us, and I appreciate the time that you've given me to speak to you tonight. And that concludes my presentation.
Any questions of Mr. Green?
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on, consideration to approve fireworks application from town of Tarboro. Is there a motion to approve?
Second.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, are approved. Consideration to approve fireworks application from town of Macclesfield.
Motion.
Second.
Second.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
Consideration call for public hearings on special use permit for case number 26 SUP at next regular meeting on July the 6th. Is there a motion? Second? Did I get a second?
Second.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
Next, consideration call for public hearing on text amendments. But our next regular public meeting on July the 6th, is there a motion to call?
I think.
What is that?
The
He
one
needs it-
for
he
the
needs it-
public hearing special use permit
You
would,
need to give us information?
no, sir, just the June 22nd meeting is when we like,
That's for the test amendment.
the text amendment, sorry. Item 5.5,
5.5?
yes, sir, that'll be June 22nd, we like to hold that.
We got July, okay. Correction?
I don't think you had a motion yet.
I didn't get a motion? Okay, consideration to call for public hearing on text amendment UDO. Okay, on June 27th?
Second, 22nd.
27th?
Second?
22.
22nd, not 27th.
On whatever they say?
June 22.
So I'm gonna keep messing that one up. Did I get a second? You got that? You get it, Madam Clerk? Huh?
Everybody.
Erase me on that one. All in favor, let it be known by the voting side aye. I'm trying to get us out of here, okay. Consideration call for public hearing on road renaming case. Go ahead, Ms. Evans, I'll let you give us some background on that.
Yes, sir, you have a request to rename a road. We do need to have a public hearing on that and recommend we call for that at your July 6th meeting.
Second?
Second.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye. Aye. All in favor? All opposed? Hearing none, it is approved. Go ahead, Ms. Evans.
And then you have a second road renaming request, case number 26 SN02. Recommend you call for that public hearing July 6th as well.
Motion? Second. Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye. Aye. All opposed? Hearing none, it is approved. Appointment, Strategic Twin Counties Educational Partnership Board of Directors. Mr. Webb, your term has expired.
Yes, sir. I spent 60 years there, and I
You
appreciate it.
You ready to get off?
I don't have a choice. They kick me off.
Okay. Evidently, the requirement is 2 years. Mr. Woodley is recommended for that. Is the motion to approve?
Motion.
Second. Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, it is approved. Edgecombe College Board of Trustees, reappointment of Dr. Patrick Helms. Is there a motion? Hold it. Do we need to? Do we need to excuse Ms. Harris?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Motion to excuse Ms. Harris from the next one.
Second.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed, Ms. Harris, you are excused. Motion to reappoint Dr. Patrick Helms. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, is reappointed. Other list and releases, Mr. Evans, anything for the board's attention?
No, sir. Happy to answer any questions that you might have.
If not, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed, Mr. Evans, contracts for review, anything to be brought to the board's attention?
No contracts tonight, sir.
None, no action necessary. Departmental reports, go ahead, Mr. Evans.
You have for your review the monthly report from the Water and Sewer Department, Solid Waste, on Office on Aging. You have the over-the-counter medicine giveaway event on June 18th for your reference. And if you'd like to hear your monthly financial summary, Ms. Barfield can provide.
I think she needs to come up, Ms. Barfield. The LGC said we need to hear it.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'll keep it short and sweet. I don't have anything specific to highlight tonight, but I'm happy to take questions or answer any concerns that you may have.
She's smart, she just gave it. Any questions? Hearing none, you can have a seat. Ms. Evans, manager report.
You just heard from Mr. Green. That was number one there on the list. We do want to recognize we had a recent retiree, Ms. Dolores Council, who gave us 30 years of service in the Department of Social Services, and who is recently retired on April 30th. We want to commend her for her service to the county and thank her for her diligent work, and wanted to publicly recognize her tonight and her name to be included in the minutes of the meeting. You also have major events and updates from me, a report from the last month, workforce development indicators, the TDA monthly financial report. Also, you have a letter in here that I received from the regarding the National Register of Historic Preservations, 3003 to 3007 North Main Street. You'll recall this was a property formerly owned by the county, was our old DSS and Health Department campus. It was purchased by Mr. and Mrs. Heichel some time ago. They have a project underway to renovate those buildings and turn those into apartments. Their phase one, which is the Health Department building, has already started. I think it's 17 units in that. They have applied for historic registered historic designation for those properties. This lets us know that they've been officially nominated. I think there's still another step or two. They will still do the project. They will look to pursue historic tax credits for the project. That's the reason for doing it. But also to preserve the history in those buildings. So I thought you all would like to be aware of that, and also like to know that they're continuing to move that project forward.
I said, but I think I gave you a letter that I received from Map Estate that you in reference to
Floodplain map.
floodplain
Yes,
maps,
sir.
didn't I?
Yes, sir, and it just said that the preliminary maps are now available for viewing, but they are still have not been approved. You remember last update that we gave you, actually we heard from Mr. Steve Garrett from the State Mapping Office that he's not sure if and when they will be go into effect, but they are published for advisory purposes, and that was that letter that you received.
Anything from commissioners? Anything from attorney?
No, sir.
At this time, we're scheduled to go into closed session to discuss economic development request from North Carolina District 1, Friday 3-318-11A4. Is there a motion? Second. Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign of aye. All opposed? Hear none. Mr. Peters got me right.
Did you recite that by heart?
I might not have recited it right, but I got it.
just to let you know.
Well, it's all right. He would want me to be live. Is about the security of this, security when we're here, okay? And I talked to you about it.
And I discussed it with you.
Okay, I just talked with you about it. We need 2 security here, okay? And we need that security here until such time when we leave the building needs to secure it, building, and make sure it's gone. We have too much exposure and there's too much happening in all of our communities, okay? And the issues that we raise here, we need that. You've discussed it with the sheriff?
Yes,
You-
sir.
You have discussed it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's good, okay.
And I'll follow up with you about it.
That's good. We'll discuss it with the sheriff. And I understand, we have a budget item for that, according to Mr. Evans.
We do.
We have a budget item.
They're limited with staff availability, how much, so we talked about doing a combination of him providing some service and also getting a private contract.
Well, however you propose to do that, but I like the idea of a sworn officer. We need a sworn, we don't need no, what we call them? No, we don't need, we need somebody that can say you under arrest. Well, hey, whatever's good. You got us, and once you raise them.
You talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yes, well, basically, that was it. I noticed and.
We've been talking about it.
We've been talking about it for the last 5 months. I've just watched things, I look at things that probably, and I've mentioned some to some of the other staff about the overall safety and security of this building and the atmosphere of what's going on in America today, what people do. Because it hadn't happened, don't mean it won't happen. And I'm always about prevention. You put the prevention out there to make sure it doesn't happen, or at least get an alarm. We have an alarm before anything happens. I hate to be sitting in here and I'm watching the door, somebody walks in here and just start doing stuff. That's no time to react. We need folks at the very interest to at least set the alarm off, so by the time we get here, we have time to do what we need to do, at least try to secure ourselves, or at least fight or flight. I just think it's, every place I go, I look at the security of it, and that's just something that I do automatically, and it just bothers me sometimes. And I watch people walk in and out of here with.
I watch people that I don't know, that don't usually come to me.
Untethered, and you just don't know what they got in their packs and stuff. You know who has the gun or who don't have other equipment. Tonight, when I came in, there was a young lady walking around putting stuff on the desk. And I was being kind of sarcastic about it, but I'm like, what if that's anthrax you putting on the desk?
That's a retarded
but it can happen. You never know. And I just think we need to take the advantage of the time to at least take precautions and put some elements in place. Sometimes it's just enough to be psychologically secure than it is to have actual objects here. You can have like metal detectors here. If they know, once people know there's security here, and over a period of time, you can have no security. They'll still think it's security here. But you got to do something. To do nothing is to err. And we must do something before something happens. That was my point. And that's what I reiterated to the chairman over a period of time, is that we just an open book here until something comes here and happen to one of you all or one of us or any of the citizens. We don't want that on the news. We don't want that, not from Edgecombe County, not on our watch.
That's why my husband has added new lights in our backyard, because I get home late and he's already asleep. So as soon as I drive up, the lights pop on and I can safely get in the house.
Well, and you say that, that's what people think. That's a psychological point. But having a light pop on is not gonna say you can get in your butt.
No. The light is attached to an alarm.
I know. All you gonna have is somebody beating your butt and the light alarm going on too.
Motion to adjourn. It's motion and second. You got that? You gonna put some, see, you asked for the name.
I wanna make sure you can get to your car safely.